My mates came to see me.
Yeah, it's fine. I've done a search and everything for it.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome back for the closing submissions and reply to evidence by the Section 42A report writers. I need to commence with that health and safety admonition to everybody. If we have an emergency, doors back to escape from. The sort of toilet facilities are out there as well, and cell phones off if we can. And otherwise, I just wanted to make some very brief comments to Council for ORC. We're very much in your hands as to batting order and method of presentation. It's completely up to you. And for those Section 42A report writers, I wanted to say that we feel that we're very well informed on the factual and legal issues that we've heard about. We haven't formed views yet. We haven't started, obviously, any deliberation discussions, but quite obviously there's little purpose in us engaging in challenging, if I can put it that way, type of questions. Rather, our role we perceive today as being more to listen and to the responses and the replies to the evidence that are presented to us. So I just really wanted to make that observation because there may be a limited amount of questioning coming from us on these last 2 days of hearing, and that's no disrespect to ORC. It's no indication that we've formed any views. We haven't. And all it indicates is that we're listening intently and want to give you the opportunity of hearing us. So nobody should feel disadvantaged or upset because there may not be the same sort of flow of questions as there has been up until now as we've been testing what's been put before us. The opportunity now is to hear those responses and then commence our deliberations. So with those opening comments, who do I hand it over to?
The privilege lies with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess firstly, as to the order of presentation, submissions follow the chapter order in the proposed RPS. So far as 42A authors are concerned, I think the best thing is for me to call them for any questions as we reach each chapter. That will mean that if, for example, we're dealing with ECO, any explanation from the author and submissions from me happen at the same time. So if there's no objection, that's the way I'll present.
That's fine, sure.
And just one housekeeping matter. Mr. McKinnon's been in touch this morning. He's quite unwell and had asked that any questions for him be deferred until tomorrow.
Right.
And so I propose that I'll call him out of order tomorrow.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah.
So before turning to written submissions, just a couple of things. Firstly, I would like to commend the submitters, counsel and witnesses for the cases that have been presented at these hearings. They've been uniformly of a high quality. That has made the job of the 42A chapter authors easier, and hopefully it will also make the panel's job easier. Secondly, I would also like to commend the 42A authors and other members of the Regional Council team themselves. Their role is a very difficult one, not just trying to draft a policy statement that covers all resource management issues for the entire region, but also the nature of the process, which is that they put up their 42A reports, and then everybody tells them all of the ways they've got everything wrong. And it's very easy to feel dispirited, but rather than feeling dispirited at criticism, they have carefully considered the evidence of the submitters. And what you can see in the version of the regional policy statement in front of you is that where the 42A authors consider this a valid point, it has been adopted. And that has led to some amendments. Equally, where the authors don't consider this a valid point, you'll see in the reply reports reasoning as to why that is the case. So I can't say strongly enough how much of a good job I think they've done. So on to submissions. Page 1 of many. You're right. You may find this hard to believe, having seen the length of these submissions, but they don't repeat opening submissions, or at least I've tried not to repeat opening submissions and only to respond to legal issues which have arisen during the hearing. So those opening submissions do remain relevant, except only where I've indicated there's been a change of position. I've already mentioned that the submissions are organised by chapter order. We do have a process question which I thought it might be helpful to address now, and that is that we have the freshwater planning instrument and the non-freshwater planning instrument parts of the regional policy statement, and there are to be separate hearings shortly on the freshwater parts. There is a challenge with that, which is that when it all is said and done, we need to end up with a policy statement which makes sense and can't have the two different processes resulting in saying two different things. So my suggestion about that is that at the end of these submissions, this hearing is adjourned until the freshwater hearing is concluded and the freshwater panel has made its recommendations. This hearing is then reopened. If there are any matters which bear on this hearing and require an opportunity for submission, then that opportunity be given. And then after that has occurred, make this panel's recommendations on the non-freshwater part of the instrument. I wasn't at the land and freshwater hearing, but I understand this was floated at that point and generally has the support of other council. The other procedural thing to note is that despite having passed the 1-year anniversary recently, the Supreme Court judgment in the Port Otago and EDS case has not yet issued. When it does, it may have implications or it may not. If that judgment is given before this panel makes recommendations, then I will inform the panel. I don't think there's much more we can do about that. So the first part of these submissions, and we've already got to page 4, so that's good progress, tries to identify and deal with the overarching legal issues which have cropped up during the hearing. It's not to say that other issues are of less importance, but there are a number of issues which have either been raised time and again, or which have reasonably broad implications. So in paragraph 16, I've listed those. First one is the proposition that the word avoid is used far too much. The second is the concept of environmental limits being identified or set. The third is the proposition that there's been a failure to enable people and communities to provide for their well-being, and that breaks down into the issues that are listed there, whether we need another resource management issue, provision for mining and aggregate extraction, whether there should be a separate rural chapter, providing for farming activities and port activities. And you'll notice Mr. Anderson's left, which must mean he's happy with what we have to say about port activities. The final issue is whether at the end of effects management hierarchies there needs to be or should be a bottom line. Now the submissions that are made on these points broadly break down into two categories. One is sort of what you would expect, which is that I think that to a large extent the criticisms that have been made are either misguided or overstated. But also there is the message we, and when I say we, I'm including all the chapter authors, have listened. And you'll see in the reply version of the policy statement that there are a number of additions and changes to address these very points. So, turning to the use of the word avoid, that word is used often. If you do a search on the document, you get a very long list of results. That's not surprising because avoid is a word that has a clear meaning which has been confirmed by the Supreme Court. It simply means not allow or prevent the occurrence of. And for that reason, it is frequently used in the resource management context. And that is simply because everybody knows what it means. If you want to say that something is not allowed or to be prevented, avoid is the word that is almost always used. When looking at use of the word avoid in this policy statement, it's really important to distinguish between avoiding effects and avoiding activities. Almost always, when the word's used, it's about avoiding effects, not avoiding activities. Often the two things get conflated, and when the word avoid is seen in connection with something, it's said to mean that there can be no activity. That's not the case. The word gets used in lots of different ways, and context is important. For example, in paragraph 26, sometimes the word is used to protect human activities or humans themselves. For example, in the EIT chapter, it's used to restrict activities which are incompatible with infrastructure. In air, it's used to protect people from noxious or dangerous discharges. And in the hazards chapter, in context of waste facilities, it's used to ensure that people are protected from adverse health and safety effects. In other contexts, avoid arises as a preference rather than something that will necessarily be the result. Common formulation is avoiding, remedying or mitigating, or as the first step in effects management hierarchy. Other instances you'll see are where a certain threshold of effect has to be met for the avoid requirement to be triggered. And the most common example of that is avoiding significant adverse effects. But sometimes the requirement is simply that adverse effects on something which is significant or outstanding must be avoided. That's something that occurs in this policy statement only when the receiving environment has special features or properties. It's the highest level of protection. And although activity remains possible, that's only the case if all relevant adverse effects are avoided. But this more absolute formulation is rare. Searching the RPS, it appears in the Coastal Environment chapter on a number of occasions, and that's because it's giving effect to the NZCPS, which uses that formulation. There's a reference in EIT to infrastructure avoiding adverse effects on values that contribute to an area being outstanding. And in later in EIT, there's a requirement to avoid adverse effects from the national grid on town centres, Waihi Te Puna, and so on. Those are the only instances of the pure, more absolute avoid formulation. That doesn't mean that we don't use avoid to limit things. We do, but it's only rarely that occurs in the absolute. Simply avoid adverse effects on this formula. So my submission is that there isn't actually any issue with the use of the word avoid. The real issue, case by case, is where to draw the line, and sometimes that means where to draw a bottom line. And this crops up in every instance where avoidance or other methods are used to manage adverse effects, and it's at the heart of the RPS. But I would say that simply seeing the word avoid doesn't necessarily mean that the line is drawn in a particularly protectionist way. That leads to the next aspect, which is the concept of limits. The use of the word limits is something that has also been criticised. As notified, there were a number of instances where provisions used the phrase within environmental limits as a qualifier, mostly in the EIT chapter. Those qualifiers have been deleted from the reply version of the regional policy statement, mainly on the basis that they're unnecessary and that the policy statement is supposed to be read as a whole. So it's not necessary to constantly refer to things that might be in other provisions. That said, limits do remain, and IMP 14 requires generally that regional and district plans identify limits beyond which the environment will be degraded and require activities to occur within those limits. Other regional policy provisions either impose limits or identify where limits must be set. And a good example of that, which will crop up later, is that the effects management hierarchy in Eco P6. When you get to the end of that, after you've avoided and then remedied and then mitigated and then offset and then compensated, if you still have adverse effects that remain after all of that, which are more than minor, then the activity itself must be avoided. That's the bottom line. It's a limit, and in my submission, it's appropriate. And setting limits like that is a key part of the exercise that's been undertaken with this policy statement. Paragraph 47, I've cited the passage in King Salmon where the Supreme Court referred to speeches that responsible ministers gave as the Resource Management Bill, as it then was, progressed through Parliament. There are some parts of those speeches which I've underlined. So Geoffrey Palmer, while recognising that there is an ecological bottom line to all of those questions. The Honourable Simon Upton. The bill provides us with a framework to establish objectives by a physical bottom line that must not be compromised. Later, activities will have to be compatible with hard environmental standards. Society will set those standards, which essentially is what we're doing right now. Another reference to a biophysical bottom line, and later on a reference to the debate being where the standards or where the bottom lines or limits get set. As an aside, these passages also support the proposition that the Resource Management Act is about enabling people. It's not just about setting limits, it's about enabling people and communities to make their own decisions as to what activities are being pursued for their well-being, albeit within limits. And in the passages that are set out above, part of the Honourable Simon Upton's speech, he comments what people get up to is their own affair. And I would submit that that's at the heart of Section 5, in that there's a requirement for the management of the use, development and protection of natural resources and the way or the rate at which that happens. But that is about enabling people and communities to provide for their own well-being. It's quite important because that is part of the approach that the Regional Council has taken here, and there are some comments that Ms Boyd made in that regard, which have been criticised as being a exact phrase, but a dereliction of duty or something similar. That's not the case. The Act is supposed to be enabling people, and it's supposed to enable people to make their own decisions. Moving on, as we all know, the court in King Salmon rejected the overall judgment approach in favour of the environmental bottom line approach. In short, what this means is that there are limits. Those limits can reflect in planning instruments as bottom lines, and that is settled law. This regional policy statement should not be being criticised for the fact that it sets limits or identifies where they must be set. That's clearly an approach which was and is open to the Regional Council. The real issue and the real consideration needs to be case by case, where the limits or where the line should be drawn. And that's what was being referred to in the speeches that the passages set out above. The Act's enabling, but limits get set, and they get set by society using processes like the one we're in the middle of right now. So I'm up to paragraph 54, and moving on to the question of whether there has been a failure to enable people and communities to provide for their well-being. So it needs to be borne in mind that this is a regional level policy statement. There are many things which remain to be dealt with in regional and district plans. A relevant example of this is water allocation, which falls to be determined under the presently being developed regional plan in the NPSFM. Another point to keep in mind is that silence on an activity does not mean that activity is not enabled. Put differently, this policy statement not mentioning something does not mean that it can't be done. And in that regard, I'll stress that the Resource Management Act was a shift from planning activities to occur to managing the effects of activities that people and communities choose to undertake within limits. And so I would say that it is not the purpose of the Act nor the purpose of this policy statement to specifically or enable, provide for or enable, I'm jumping to paragraph 58, every activity that is required for people and communities to achieve social, economic and cultural well-being. Rather, there are circumstances in which use, development and protection of resources need to be managed to allow people to do that for themselves. And how that happens is section 59. Ironically, I'm at paragraph 59, which sets out that the significant resource management issues for the region need to be identified. And the policy statement then provide policies and methods to achieve integrated management. So in some instances, that's going to require that use and development be enabled or constrained to achieve the purpose of the Act. Or to put it in the language of sections 5 and 59 of the Act, there will be resource management issues of the region which require the use and development of resources to be managed in a way or at a rate that enables people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being, while also protecting the environment. The extent to which that happens and how prescriptive it is or isn't is a function of identifying the issues in the first place. That does not mean that a regional policy statement should be seeking to plan every activity that may be undertaken or to provide policies to enable lower order plans to do so. So that leads into the question of, well, what are the resource management issues? A number have been identified. Various submitters have sought the addition of a resource management issue or issues. The basis of that has tended to be that an activity is important to Otago. And so, stop myself beeping. Is important to Otago and therefore should have therefore be an SRMR. And certainly for an issue to be a significant resource management issue, it needs to be significant, but it also needs to be an issue. And in the context of section 59, what that means is there needs to be an element of conflict. The issues that we're trying to identify to deal with are where you have resource management conflicts, and that could be a conflict between competing uses, such as between urban and rural use of land, or it could be a conflict between a use and limits on the resource that is being used. And so it's those things which need to be identified. And so an example which is relevant is the conflict or the issue that exists is between water for irrigation stock and the quantity of water which is in fact available. So there's been expert caucusing on this topic and 2 joint witness statements filed with the panel. The SRMR chapter author has considered these, and she recommends in her reply report that a new issue, SRMR 10A, be added to the regional policy statement. And that issue is that the social, cultural and economic well-being of Otago's communities depends on the use and development of natural and physical resources, but that use and development can compromise or conflict with the achievement of environmental outcomes. There's a statement which accompanies that issue, which goes on to recognise that uses such as infrastructure, primary production, mineral and aggregate extraction, tourism and industrial activities are essential for the social, cultural and economic well-being of the region, but can also have adverse effects on the environment which needs to be managed. So it has been accepted by the chapter author that it should be a further issue, and that issue is, as I've just stated. Next point, mineral and aggregate extraction. This is paragraph 70. So OceanaGold has submitted that the regional policy statement fails to give policy recognition of the importance of mining, fails to recognise its locational and functional needs, and fails to provide the mining-specific policy to manage effects. The submission was that there was an overall failure to address the importance of minerals and their future development in a responsible way. Two key changes have been made to the regional policy statement to address this. At UFD P7.4, which is now in the LFLS subchapter, there's recognition of the importance of mineral and aggregate resources, and that those mining and aggregate activities can only be located where the resources are present. And that, of course, is a key point with mining. You can only do it where the gold or other mineral is. Then at Eco P4, both mining and aggregate extraction have been added to the list of activities which get direct recourse to the effects management hierarchy. They need to have an operational and functional need to locate in the relevant area. For minerals or mining, there needs to be a national public benefit, and for aggregate, there needs to be a regional or national public benefit. As I've mentioned, that essentially gives mining and aggregate the same treatment as regionally and nationally significant infrastructure. Gets access to the Indigenous Biodiversity Effects Management hierarchy. The new issue also encompasses primary production, which includes mining and quarrying and mineral and aggregate extraction. And given the definition of primary production includes mining, there are various other provisions which I've listed which also recognise and protect land for mining and extractive activity. So my submission on that is that the concerns of OGL have been addressed. Turning to the proposition of a separate rural chapter, which is 76 on page 11. So there was a lot of discussion at hearing and criticism of including rural provisions in the urban chapter. A practical consideration is simply that if somebody is looking for the rural provisions, the urban chapter will not be the first place that they look. More importantly, it was said that rural issues are important and warrant their own chapter. From a legal perspective, there's no particular requirement to have a separate chapter, and there's no impediment to including those provisions in the Urban Form and Development chapter. Ms. White, in both her original, it would have been her 42A report, that possibly a reference to her, the further evidence that was filed. But regardless, Ms. White, in her reply report, sets out why inclusion of rural provisions in the UFD chapter is desirable, and that's primarily an integration perspective. Relevant to note that one of the main protections of rural land is the constraints that get put on urban development in the form of requiring planning and avoiding urban sprawl. So the relationship is far from tenuous, the two are intertwined. Nonetheless, the submissions and evidence that have been presented have had careful consideration. There are other provisions that are relevant to rural land use which are found in the LF chapter. Key example is LF LSP 19 concerning the protection of highly productive land, now in terms of the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land. And just as integration supports including rural provisions in the UFD chapter, so supports having all rural provisions together in one place. There is a question as to where that place should be if all rural provisions are to come together. And my submission, and this is the top of page 12, is that the rural provisions should sit where the rural issues lie. Rural resource management issues primarily concern access to land and water resources. Mr. Page for ORUG Federated Farmers in Dairy New Zealand correctly submitted on the obligations of the Regional Council to identify and provide for those issues. As mentioned above, there was submission that a further issue needs to be stated, which is now recommended for inclusion. The point that I'm getting to in a roundabout sort of a way is that for rural activities, where that issue arises is in the land and freshwater chapter. For food and fibre in particular, it's all about having suitable land and having water. And so my submission is that if we're going to bring the rural provisions together in one place or one chapter, then the land and freshwater chapter is their natural home. That's where you will find the objective that Mr. Page's clients seek, which is LF-LS 012.3. And that's where you find the policy framework to manage the conflict between land and water use and environmental and other constraints on water in particular. There is another reason why that's where the rural provisions need to go, and that's to do with the national planning standards. We have to prepare the RPS in accordance with the national planning standards. The national planning standards neither require nor envisage a separate rural chapter in a regional policy statement that compares to the standards for a district plan, which do anticipate rural zones and accompanying provisions. The page at 13, the RPS structure standard requires organisation to specify domain and topic chapters. The creation of a new chapter is permitted, but only if the subject matter isn't covered by the structure set out in Table 2 of the standard. The content of the new chapter isn't synonymous with the chapters in Table 2, and the content isn't a subset of any of the chapters in Table 2. A separate rural chapter would fail on the first and the third of those criteria. That's because any proposed chapter on rural use must inevitably include land and freshwater matters. Land and freshwater matters, as we've dealt with in accordance with the National Planning Standard in the land and freshwater chapter. So as a result of all of those considerations, all of the rural provisions now sit in the land and freshwater, land and soil subchapter. There's one coherent set of policies and objectives and methods. Which leads to the next point, which is food and fibre production. First point about that is that we now do have a rural chapter which includes all provisions together. At least we do if the Section 42 author's recommendation is accepted by this panel. When all of those provisions are brought together into one place, it's more obvious that the proposed regional policy statement does provide a policy framework to manage the conflict between the use of rural resources, which we depend on, and the finite nature of those resources and other environmental issues. Broadly, this happens by recognising that the use of land and water resources is necessary for social, economic and cultural well-being, by protecting rural land for rural use, and by identifying where limits must be set and adverse effects otherwise managed. Now, at paragraph 103, I've set out a list of the more specific ways that that happens and footnoted the relevant provisions in the reply version of the proposed policy statement. And going through those provisions shows a comprehensive suite of policies dealing with rural land use. Turning to paragraph 105 of the submission. I'll just reiterate that these provisions are providing a policy suite, that the regional plan is where more detailed objectives, policies and methods concerning land and water use should be expected. The NPS-FM regime is relevant to that, and that'll be explored more fully in my submissions on the land and freshwater chapter. The key point for present purposes is that while we acknowledge the importance of water to farming, in terms of the NPS-FM, issues regarding access to and allocation of water fall to be dealt with by the regional plan in accordance with the NPS-FM. It's misguided to criticise the regional policy statement for not dealing with those issues. In terms of that policy statement, they're to be dealt with in the regional plan and under the prescriptive terms of the policy statement. So I've commented that no doubt that'll be explored more fully in the freshwater planning instrument hearing. There was a further point raised by Horticulture New Zealand, where Ms. Ford sought further provision to protect land suitable for horticulture during the period when the interim NPS HPL definition of highly productive land applies, and that's because during that period land which is suitable for horticulture or viticulture won't have been identified, but will be identified when the proper mapping process under the NPS HPL occurs. That submission has merit, as does Ms. Wolf's evidence on the topic, and so a provision protecting land suitable for horticulture or viticulture has been added to the reply report at LEF P19 2A. So my submission on that topic is that by incorporating or bringing together the rural provisions in one chapter, which is and must be the land and freshwater, land and soil subchapter, the comprehensive or more comprehensive suite of policies that submitters are seeking is there. Turning to the port, providing for commercial port activities, I've said is somewhat constrained. In fact, it's very constrained by the NZCPS and the decision in King Salmon. Paragraph 2.7 of his submissions, Mr. Anderson KC has proposed a policy addition which might be considered as somewhat enabling. I understand his intention to be that that policy would come within the scope of the King Salmon judgment on the effect of the NZCPS. I agree with them on that. And so the policy addition has been recommended for inclusion in the regional policy statement at EIT TRMP 23.3a. Essentially what that policy is doing is saying that in the circumstances where port activities are to be provided for under the NZCPS, it's going to be permissible to step outside some of the other provisions, so long as the effects are minor or transitory in nature, which is the phraseology used in King Salmon, or if adaptive management is used to ensure that there are in fact no adverse effects. Incidentally, adaptive management will crop up later as something which is now expressly provided for in the regional policy statement, because it is a useful tool, and there was some concern that it's not referenced in this document. So that brings me to the question of whether effects management hierarchy should end with a bottom line. So this is paragraph 116. When regionally or nationally significant infrastructure cannot avoid outdating in significant natural areas, natural wetlands, outstanding water bodies, or Waihitu Puna, the effects are to be managed by provisions in respectively the Eco chapter, the NESF, the Land and Freshwater chapter, and the Heritage chapter. It's under Infrastructure P13. For significant natural areas, natural wetlands, and outstanding water bodies, this leads to the application of effects management hierarchies. As the regional policy statement is now recommended, with each of those effects management hierarchies, if when you've gone through the entire hierarchy, more than minor adverse effects remain, then the activity has to be avoided. And that's the bottom line. At the EIT hearing, various formulations of bespoke effects management regimes were proposed, including for renewable electricity generation, national grid electricity distribution. I'm just struggling to remember, but I think there were others. There's one thing that all of these bespoke regimes have in common, and that is that the bottom line is gone. My submission is that the bottom line needs to be there, and without a bottom line at the end of an effects management hierarchy, you do not achieve protection. You achieve best efforts. So that's the key issue for the EIT chapter. And more broadly, the question is, if when all is said and done, you've avoided, mitigated, minimised, offset, compensated, and adaptively managed, if you're left with more than minor adverse effects on significant natural areas, natural wetlands, and outstanding water bodies, should activities be able to proceed regardless? In my submission, the answer is no. In circumstances where we're talking about the NPSFM effects management hierarchy, we don't actually get a choice. So the answer there is clearly no. And what we're left with is what the position should be for significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. Now, for those things, we don't have a national policy statement or an environmental standard telling us what to do. We have the exposure draft proposed national policy statement for Indigenous biodiversity. That exposure draft includes the relevant effects management hierarchy, including infrastructure with significant national or regional public benefit. The effects management hierarchy in the exposure draft includes the bottom line, and that bottom line is that the activity must be avoided if residual effects are more than minor. So essentially it's the same as for the NPSFM. However, despite public consultation on that exposure draft IB policy statement having closed almost 1 year ago, the proposed policy statement hasn't been gazetted and presently has no legal standing. It's not a matter that this panel has to have regard to, and it's certainly not something this panel has to apply. So that leaves us with sections 5 and 6 of the Act. Section 6C requires protection of areas of significant biodiversity. In section 6C, the concept of protection is not qualified. So it's not protection from inappropriate, it is just protection. In my submission, that means we don't have a choice to make about whether to protect. The submission is that if when we get to the end of those effects management hierarchies, there's no bottom line, you do not have protection. You have doing your best or trying your hardest, but at the end of the day, it can proceed, whatever it may be, anyway. In my submission, the issue here is not whether you should have a bottom line. I'm submitting that you have to. The issue is where that line should be drawn. When it comes to essentially the various instances where the NPSFM hierarchy applies, that line has been drawn at residual effects which are more than minor. So minor, okay, more than minor, not okay. In this regional policy statement, we need to draw the line, to set the limit for the protection of significant Indigenous biodiversity. As notified, when you got to the end of the effects management hierarchy in Eco P6, the provision was simply if any residual adverse effects remain, then the activity is to be avoided. In the reply report for the Eco chapter, there is a recommendation to change that. And the change is that instead of any residual adverse effect leading to avoidance, more than minor residual adverse effects lead to avoidance. In my submission, this is consistent with King Salmon, which contemplates minor or transitory adverse effects, albeit the context there was the NZCPS rather than Section 6, although the NZCPS, of course, gives effect to Section 6. Drawing the line at more than minor is also consistent with the NPSFM, and it's consistent with the NPS IB, which is draft and has no legal standing. So my submission is that it would be an odd result if the NPSFM derived bottom lines in the regional policy statement and the significant natural area bottom lines in the regional policy statement were different. And that it would be the expected and appropriate result if for both bottom lines the standard is residual adverse effects, which are more than minor. So to summarise that submission, to achieve protection of significant Indigenous biodiversity, there has to be a limit or bottom line. The issue is not whether you have a limit, the issue is where the limit is set. The recommended position is now more than minor residual adverse effects after applying the effects management hierarchy. That's consistent with both King Salmon and the NPSFM and also the exposure draft NPSIB. So to conclude on the overarching issues section, the word avoid is used often, but it's only really used in its more absolute formulation. It's settled law that there are limits or bottom lines. The real issue is where any bottom lines should be drawn. That's at the heart of sustainable management. Bring to mind the word section 5, in a way or at a rate. Criticism of the proposed policy statement for failing to enable people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being is overstated. That said, there are some aspects which have been acknowledged and addressed, being a further resource management issue, provision for mineral and aggregate extraction, rural provisions being drawn together to form a comprehensive whole, additional protection for horticulture and viticulture land, and the port's requested enabling provision. Proposed industry-specific effects management hierarchies need to be resisted. Just a paragraph 148, you might want to note that the reference to proposed industry-specific bottom lines must be resisted as wrong. The point about that is that no bottom lines are being suggested. It's the specific effects management suites that have been proposed. All of those formulations remove the bottom line at the end of effects management hierarchies. If you don't have a bottom line at the end of the hierarchy, you simply don't have protection. So far as the NPSFM effects management hierarchy is concerned, that's mandatory, and so there can't be any change to that. It's only in the eco chapter where there is a choice, and in that context, the choice should be to preserve a bottom line which is consistent with the NPSFM bottom line, which is that residual adverse effects can be no more than minor. To do that is consistent with King Salmon and the NPSFM effects management hierarchy, which applies under different regional policy statement provisions and via the ESF. So those are the overarching submissions, and what I propose is to address any questions that the panel might have for me, and then call the Regional Council chapter authors for the introductory provisions. of the policy statement.
Just before I ask other commissioners, Mr. Anderson, can you just take me to your paragraph 103, where you provided a helpful list of footnotes, those various provisions, and you just relate those. I was struggling to quickly look at the recommended final version that we've got. And can you just describe how that recommended final version runs through those? Or
Sure. Right. Skip that. So before I started reading all the materials for this hearing, I didn't need to use these quite so often. So it's page 185 of the reply version of the policy statement. The first relevant provision is on that page, objective 12, subclause 3, use, development and protection of land and soil, recognises the role of these resources in providing for the social, economic and cultural well-being of Otario's people and communities. And that's in response to submissions by Hort NZ, Federated Farmers and OGL. And essentially what it's saying is we need to recognise that we actually need to use the resources we've got. Next, UFD04. So that is that's a transplant from the UFD chapter, obviously. And after you skip through the strikeouts, we've
sorry,
got,
what page number?
185 and 186.
Oh, sorry, I turned the page. Right, pages.
So if you turn the page, it's top of 186. Provision for the ongoing use of rural areas for primary production and rural industry. And just bear in mind that the introductory words development in Otago's rural areas occurs in a way that does not compromise the long-term viability of primary production and rural communities. So that's pretty clear about providing for and protecting rural land use. Next one is LFLS P16A, which is to do with managing pests, including wild and conifers, also relevant to protecting land for rural use. Next one is LFLS P16, maintaining soil quality. So that policy is to maintain soil quality by managing both land and freshwater resources, including the interconnections between soil health, vegetative cover, and water quality and quantity. And of course, soil quality is crucial to most rural land use. The next one is LFLS P17, soil values. So that's more to do with the inherent values of soil, but does refer expressly to soil structure and soil fertility. I'm no expert, but soil biological activity and biodiversity I understand to be necessary to grow good things. Next one is a freshwater provision as LS P18, which is to do with minimising soil erosion. Next, we have LS P20. That's to do with promoting either land use changes or changes in management practices that support or improve things like the sustainability and efficiency of water use, resilience to impacts of climate change, health and quality of soil, or water quality. And that policy can be seen as a recognition that we have issues, we have limited resources, and we need to be encouraging things which either address those issues, such as being resilient to climate change, or address the limited nature of the resources available, i.e. being more efficient in the way that we use them. Next one is LFLS P21, which is another freshwater provision. And that's to do with the improvement or maintenance of water quantity and quality to meet environmental outcomes. And it's to do with reducing discharges of contaminants and managing land uses that impact on water, groundwater. Next one is crucial, and this is LFLS P19, which is to do with highly productive land. So that's been amended to be in accordance with the NPS HPL. And as we discussed in the UFD chapter, the approach taken with the NPS HPL is generally that it is so prescriptive that there is no need to try to somehow paraphrase its content in the RPS. And this is the policy where you can see the provision that's been added to protect land suitable for horticulture or viticulture. So on page 188, about 2/3 of the way down the page, 2A. And that responds to HortNZ's submission. You can see that it's expressed on an interim basis, and that as the assessment exercise occurs under the NPS HPL, it's expected that those areas will be identified as highly productive land. So the next one, the final one on my list is UFD P7, which is the other transplant. Which is to do with managing development in rural areas. And that notably includes, sorry, go back a step, as well as seeking to maintain and recognise activities such as, and provide for activities such as primary production, rural industry, and recognise mining and aggregate extraction. Subclause 6, subparagraph 6, is about restricting non-rural activities which could adversely affect rural activities. So it's about protecting rural land for rural land uses.
Thank you, Mr. James. Just see if any other commissioners have any questions. Alan?
Well, yes, thank you. Not so much questions, but just clarification in terms of the port submission. They had two alternatives, and I think one was if we didn't have a decision out, which is what's been promoted, and then there's a second alternative that the result in that decision went their way. It was shortened a bit. So I'm assuming, given what you're promoting about, which seemed a wise thing to do, is that this hearing would be adjourned until after we hear the freshwater stuff and have a bit of a wrap up, so to speak. If that decision did come out in the meantime, would there be the opportunity for the officers to, and possibly a question for the chair as well, how this process would work if that decision did come out in the meantime, and the officers may think, well, actually the second option is probably better in terms of if the decision went their way. Is that still available through this process, and maybe not something you can answer straight away?
Well, I think again, the short answer is yes, because the hearing will be adjourned, not closed.
So we can instruct the officer to re-look at that particular issue if we thought it was necessary.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I should flag that if that provision from memory is on the Supreme Court case goes the Port Otago
way. Yeah.
If it goes completely that way, that would be one of many aspects to that would suddenly be at large.
Yeah. I'm not fully aware of the whole range, but it was just in relation to that particular.
Certainly that option remains open.
Yeah. The only other thing was around the fixed management hierarchy. Effectively, what you're saying is that you've got the NPS freshwater management approach is the bottom line. In terms of biodiversity, you've got section 6 as the bottom line. So regardless of kind of what these other people are asking for, those bottom lines are there that we can't really. And I guess what they're saying, I think, is that where those developments naturally seem to go are areas that are significant landscapes or have biodiversity values. So they're kind of not going to meet that test, but it's kind of outside of the ability to do anything about it.
Well, I would add that what I'm talking about there is the position when you get to the end of the effects management hierarchy. Before that, you actually have the effects management hierarchy, which includes all the steps: avoid, remedy, mitigate, or minimise, depending on which one you're looking at. The availability of offsetting, the availability of compensation, provisions being added to the IM chapter to confirm the availability of adaptive management. We are unsure of whether there's going to be an adverse effect or not. And also that it's proposed to, in the IB context anyway, just to be a little bit clearer that what we're talking about here is effects that are more than minor. We're not talking about a good example, but a single blade of grass that's been disturbed.
It comes back to that assessment, really, because it's an argument around what's adverse and what's not.
Yes.
In a landscape context.
It's probably not that helpful to say that however carefully we construct these policies and plans construct rules and criteria get set and appendices to the RPS and probably also in plans. The actual exercise of consenting a significant project that goes through an outstanding area or an area with significant Indigenous biodiversity is always going to be challenging and always going to involve expert views on whether something can be offset, whether something has been offset, whether environmental compensation is appropriate, whether the criteria to be significant in the first place is met. So that's what I'm trying to say. It's never going to be an easy task.
No. Well, we've seen here with the experts on the various criteria not agreeing, even on the same team. So, okay, thank you for that.
The question I've probably got arises out of one of your just oral asides you made in answer to Commissioner Cubitt about the possible implications of the Supreme Court decision. You know, I understand from your aside that there could well be, depending on the breadth that the Supreme Court's prepared to go, quite some aspects of the consideration of the use of the word void throughout the RPS.
Well, you shouldn't take from a comment that I expect that.
No.
I don't.
No.
But there's a spectrum of possible outcomes. One end essentially is no change, and at the other end would be, well, crikey, maybe a void doesn't quite mean a void. Also, if you're at this end of the spectrum, then the word avoid crops up an awful lot of times in this instrument. So there would inevitably be aspects which suddenly needed to be viewed through a different lens.
Right.
But as I say, I'm not expecting that. I'm simply observing that.
It's a possibility. Well, certainly, if that possibility was to arise, if you could, the RRC Council could let us know if you felt that that was going to require considerable hearing time as contrasted to the other end of the spectrum, so to speak.
Yes, I'll certainly do that.
Yeah. Right. Now, look, very clear submissions so far. Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. I don't have any other matters that I want to raise with you.
Thank you. In terms of where to from here, so Ms. Boyd provided a general and introductory themes report. So my suggestion is that firstly we deal with any questions you might have for her. And then move on to Ms. Hawkins.
Ms. Boyd, is there any particular matters that you want to stress or raise with us before?
Nothing I want to stress other than to correct 2 errors in the version of the RPS that you were provided.
Thanks to the page numbers.
Yes, sure. So page 199, you will find Eco P3. And at the end of clause 1A, there is or is struck out and is incorporated. That's an error. It should simply be or.
Is the footnote still relevant?
No. The other correction is in appendix 3, which is on page 287. And in clause 1A, in the first line, it says of any individuals. That is recommended to be struck out.
The words of any individuals
That's correct.
of threatened taxa, or
Just any individual of any individuals.
and is there a footnote reference to that?
There is. That is 00137.158 from DOC. You might have noticed flicking through that there are a few places where the text remains in its rainbow coloured form. Just to note that there are a few instances where there are words in red or green. That's simply my eyes getting tired and not changing them to black. There's no significance about them being coloured. It's just an oversight.
I think ours is printed in black and white anyway. So.
Oh, great. How helpful.
In addition to the opening comments I made, Ms. Floyd, about us not having a lot of questions, there's also the practical fact that certainly for me, I was sitting in Wellington trying to read this on digital form that I struggled to get notes done, and I was trying to pick out issues. So I need to cast my eye over that list of issues. Others may be in similar difficulties. See a face that we have to try and read. And I suspect that the others will be the same as me, unless they're much faster readers than I am, that we were skim reading, try to identify issues. And so that may also limit the questions. But anyway, we'll open it and see how we go. Al?
Thank you. Despite all my wee sticky notes, I don't have a lot of questions, thanks Felicity, but I would just actually acknowledge, I should have been, Mr. Anderson spoke about all the work you guys put in, and I really appreciate your reply. Reports are actually really good in terms of bringing all the issues out and recognising where things could be improved. But there's one thing that Mr. Anderson didn't note about, and you've noted it a couple of times in terms of where some, for example, the wilding tree list is an issue. People wanted to add lots of different things. It doesn't actually mean that they can't. District plan, you will do your own thing, does it? So,
No.
And that issue's kind of throughout this whole thing. I think someone made the comment that it's almost been treated like district plan, and that doesn't need to be. I guess that's the thing that you've been trying to stress, that we're really focusing on these big issues. Some of those things there, yeah, they may be issues at a local level, but they don't need to be addressed in the RPS.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes, and I was careful in my drafting of the new policy in the land and soils subchapter about pest species to ensure that I referred to the conifer species in APP5 and any other pest plants from the regional pest management plan, so that there is scope for those district councils to manage additional species if they wish to.
Yeah, the pest management thing's probably a difficult thing to do for a district plan. What else do I have? Yeah, that's actually, I didn't have anything further, really, just acknowledging the work you put in, and yeah, I understand what you're saying about limits and what Mr. Anderson said about limits. They've always been there, and we define them. So thank you.
Yeah, I don't really have any questions as such, but just to confirm what Commissioner Kiewit said about the effort and work that's been put in. But I do have a sort of more general observation I wanted to make, and that is And it's one that I need to look at a bit more, but just as a warning, I suppose it's the sort of more general use of Maori terminology throughout the RPS. And beginning from the very beginning, I suppose, with the introduction around forward or mihi, for example. And I don't know the extent to which this might have been traversed with Kaitahu themselves, but it seems to me that this might be an opportunity for, and I use the word bolder as I've used often when hearing, being a bit bold about the use of mihi and stuff like that, for example. I mean, a forward is a forward, and I understand that. And this, what's written here is more like a forward, and it's not a mihi in that sense. And I just wondered whether we might need to give a bit more recognition to an actual mihi as part of it. I'll discuss that further with the panel, but I think there might be opportunities for even more a more wider look at that throughout the whole document, not just there. Because I was reading it in my sick bed last week, and I read through this stuff isn't jumping out as prominently as I probably expected it to. But I'll just put that on the table for the time being, so that if it does come out later on, you won't be surprised.
Thank you for that,
Thank you.
Commissioner. And I would say, and you would have heard from the Kaitahu witnesses that due to time and capacity constraints, their focus on the RPS was on particular parts. Particular parts received more attention than others. And although they reviewed the full document, I'm sure that there are things like that where they simply didn't have the time to provide us with the advice that we might need. And I'm not a cultural expert by any stretch.
Sure,
so
sure.
No problem with that kind of
but you make the observation here that one of the things that needs to be looked at here, as far as Kaitahu is concerned, is their ability, their capability, capacity to deal with the broad range of resource consent issues that they have to face. And I think you suggested the wording accommodate, use the word accommodate in there as opposed to the wording that had been used earlier. Yeah. So it's in that context, I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks. And just to reiterate what the others have said, the thought and effort that's gone into these reply reports is really appreciated. There's been a lot of information to go through, and you've done it. The team's done it well. Just a couple of probably reasonably minor things. In terms of paragraph 59, I just wanted to clarify. I'm assuming when you were saying MINU recommended LF/LS P19A, I presume you're referring to P19 subsection 2A?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I thought, because I was looking for a 19A, I couldn't see it, so I thought,
no, apologies, that's a typo.
That's all good. Just wanted to make sure nothing was missed out. Paragraph numbers where I had some questions in here. I did something here, something around wildings and the like, but Ellen's covered that off. Now, and the only other comment, I know, I'm trying to remember who it was who suggested it, about having symbols beside provisions to indicate what they refer to. I just wondered if you had a comment on that.
Yes, I believe that was the Port of Otago planning witness. Her name escapes me at the moment. Mr. McLennan and I discussed that, and symbols are a useful way of indicating what applies and what doesn't. I guess what we were concerned about is the inference that a coastal icon next to a provision that doesn't seem on its face to apply only to the coastal environment, whether that would be confusing to submitters. Usually I think coastal icons are used to indicate provisions that apply in the coastal environment. And so they're a reasonably discrete subset of a document rather than, because you would essentially, as set out in Mr. McLennan's now recommended CE Policy 1, you would end up with coastal icons against almost all of the provisions in the RPS because there are only specified exceptions, and whether that would incorrectly suggest to people that those provisions are somewhat particular in the coastal environment or only applicable in the coastal environment. Our view was that it would be simpler to clarify in the that cross-link policy, which is a mandated requirement in the planning standards, what the situation is with respect to particular specific exceptions.
Yeah, no, okay, no, thanks for that. And I see that's sort of been clarified through this, which is helpful. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's all from me. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I certainly should start by acknowledging what a tremendous overall effort you put in personally, but also the report writers generally, and just also acknowledge just how tremendously helpful that is for us as decision makers, because we need, as you know, to be identifying references. Those footnotes are invaluable in terms of the track change version, and that track change version will be a very integral part of the reports that we make. So thank you for the huge amount of effort that's gone in that regard. I only had one issue of clarification that arose out of your report. Was right near the end, and I may be being unfair, and I can't recall it now, and I was just trying to pick it up. I can't see it. I couldn't. It was at your page 37, your paragraph 143, where you're talking about identification of significant natural areas, and you've recommended map and verify. And I couldn't see in your analysis, and I may have missed it, why it was that you were making that recommendation, and what is the difference? Is verification not just an integral part of mapping?
I will have to defer that question to Ms. Hardiman because it was her recommendation to include that wording. My recommendation was simply in regard to the time frame and that method.
Right, yeah. Now, that was the only other issue, was just in general in time frames. You've looked at all the remaining ones, of which there are a few now, throughout the plan, I take it?
Yes.
Yeah, right. And you're comfortable with all of those?
Yes. There are some instances where I think it is useful and there is good reason to include a timeframe, including in situations like the hazards chapter, where it was a request from submitters to that the identification of risk be undertaken within a particular timeframe. In other places, there didn't seem to be such a justification for the timeframes. And having worked in local authorities myself, I know the pressures that go on budgets through the annual plan and long-term plan process. And I thought without a strong justification for those timeframes, there wasn't really any need to try to direct those processes occurring at district councils. So I'm comfortable now that where there are timeframes they're justified, and where there are timeframes that were potentially not supported by a particularly strong reasoning, they've been removed.
Look, there was some issues in relation to the coastal aspect that I'm probably better to raise with you, just to at least see if there's an opportunity, or give you an opportunity for a response. Two aspects in relation to funding, or any recommendations to support funding. And I'm trying to remember which report it was, but there was one particular report writer who stuck, I'm pretty sure it was a bloke who did it, stuck to his guns about recommendation of a funding support for the Bala Whenua, I think it was. And just in terms of the reason I mentioned the coastal thing is that that's an area where councils have an opportunity for fixing coastal charges to be able to defray the cost of resource management control of the coastal environment. And is that two questions really to you. First, is there an overall view in terms of the PIRPS as to whether or not there should be a recommendation of direct funding or not? And secondly, in terms of the coastal area, I know Otago hasn't got the development level that Tasman or Marlborough might have, but has there been any consideration of there being some aspect or some encouragement of council considering sharing that coastal charge regime if they ever were to decide to utilise it with the mana whenua to try and share the burden?
I think it was Mr. Adams on the mana whenua chapter who recommended that retaining the element of funding.
Yes.
And I don't think that there are any other instances in the RPS where there is, apart from the timeframes associated with district plans, which I'm mostly recommending be removed. I haven't reviewed across the RPS specifically looking for that, but my recollection is that it's just those instances. I'm aware that Otago currently doesn't use coastal charges in its coastal plan. I think only Southland does from memory, although some councils I think have indicated a willingness to look into it. As far as I'm aware, it's only Southland that has actually imposed them. And I think the review of the coastal plan is sometime in the future, given the focus on freshwater at the moment. So I'm not sure that it's something that has been considered to date, but it's an interesting proposition.
No, thank you, and thank you for the overall assist you've given to us.
No problem. And I am here all of today and tomorrow, should anything else crop up in the meantime.
That's good. Mr. Anderson, I should probably have said to you at the start that the eco chapter, particularly coming late as it did and being so long, is one that I think all of us are still grappling with. We've had an opportunity only really for a quick look through it, and I suspect all of us are probably going to be looking at that tonight. And so it may be best if we can defer that one until tomorrow. Right.
Yes, I agree. That's no problem at all.
Thank you. So we're actually at point T.
I was hoping you might say
that's an appropriate time. Thank you. So we'll come back about 25 past.
Yes, so the next author to call is Ms. Hawkins, who I think is waiting to connect. And this is in case you have questions on her reply report dealing with interpretation, definitions, etc.
Good morning, Ms. Hawkins.
Morena, everyone.
I don't know.
Morena. Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. I'm not sure whether you heard the opening comments that I made, that we probably may not be asking a lot of questions, and if that's so, don't take that as any insult or anything like that. But it's more that we're just in the process of ensuring that we can clarify any particular matters. We're not necessarily looking to debate it to any great extent at this stage. So with those introductory comments, I ask Commissioner Hewitt any issues.
No, morning, Ms. Hawkins. No, I didn't have any questions or clarification, so thank you for that.
Look, I don't think that I've got a page of issues that I've drawn from your report and other reports relating to definitions, but I don't think there was anything that was unclear to me at all. The only possible one was, I just wanted to just refresh my memory again about the definition of the coastal interface, really.
That actually might be a definition that Mr. McLennan has dealt with, because he was dealing with the coastal chapter.
I think you're right, actually, when I look at that. No, there's nothing further. So thank you for attending this morning, and but nothing particular that I want to raise on that. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, so just in terms of legal submissions on that topic, page 20, very brief. There was a question from the panel, I'm told, at some point to do with the use of the word minimise and what that's intended to mean, or what at law it does mean. And the legal submission is simply that I'm aware of no relevant case law in terms of ordinary meaning. Minimise means to reduce as much as possible, whereas mitigate simply means to reduce. So minimise is a higher standard or a stricter obligation, or greater obligation than mitigate.
From memory, there's quite a discussion in the report by, I think it's Ms. Harding too, about minimise and mitigate. And I'm pretty sure, am I right on my recollection there?
Sorry, I'm not sure memory's failing me on that.
Because it arose in relation to the effects management hierarchy in the eco chapter, and I think there was quite a discussion of that by here. Yeah, no, there's nothing that I need to raise with you about that. Thanks. Any other questions?
All right, well, those are the submissions on interpretation, which brings us to Mana Whenua. Adams, 42A, author to answering questions.
Well, I wonder whether we could have your legal submissions on that first.
That's fine.
Thank you.
So legal submissions, page 21. And sorry, just a comment about all of these chapter legal submissions. Each one is a response to issues that have arisen, so they tend to be quite disjointed, and there's no theme that runs through them. It's simply answering what's cropped up. So the issues arising in the Mana Whenua chapter is firstly policy 4, secondly a definition of Māori land, thirdly some background information on South Island Landless Natives Act land, fourthly point about aquaculture, and then several points to do with method number 4. So turning to policy 4, so that's the sustainable use of native reserves and Māori land. There is a recommended change to that policy which deletes subclauses 1, 2 and 3, which are qualifiers, and a number of submitters expressed concern around the deletion of qualifiers. The concern essentially being that if the qualifiers are gone, it's a free pass. The answer to that is that there are qualifiers. They're found in the text of policy 4, in that the development, actually I should read it out to stress the words. So, kaitahu who are able to develop and use land and resources within native reserves and Māori land, and these are the key words, in accordance with mataraka and tikaka, to provide for and so on. So the submission is that those words, in accordance with mataraka and tikaka, are the qualifiers. And over the page, there is explanation as to what those two things are. It's helpful to read those out or not.
Just give us a moment if you would. Thank you.
So the submission is that there are qualifiers found within the text, and there, as you just read. Further, it needs to be noted that the provision doesn't stand by itself. The IM chapter makes it clear that all provisions of policy statement relevant to an issue apply. So removing qualifiers from this provision doesn't mean that other parts of the regional policy statement are not going to be relevant. So that brings me to the second point, which is adding a definition of Māori land. There's no such definition in the notified version of the policy statement. Instead, there's a definition of Te Ture Whenua Māori land in the proposed RPS, which is set out in paragraph 164. In the October version explained in Mr. Adams' supplementary evidence, a new term, Maori land and associated definition, was proposed. Since the hearing, that definition has been refined, and again, that's something that either I can read to you or you can read to yourselves as you prefer.
Again, just give us a moment if you would. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, so the intention is that that definition of Māori land replaced Te Ture Whenua Māori land in the RPS. It's a once a broader definition. Well, it should be noted that in earlier versions that change was by mistake, not there. It's there now in the version that's in front of the panel. The issue that's arisen is that in submissions for Transpower, Ms. Scott has argued there's no jurisdiction to introduce the term. So it's a scope issue. My submission is that there is scope, and the following paragraphs are essentially telling you the submissions which give scope and why. So at paragraph 168, the introduction of Māori land is footnoted to submission points. Numbers, Ngāi submission, Kaitahu submission, and also the Kane whānau submission. Numbering refers to the summary of decisions requested. In the first of those submissions, the relevant wording is paragraph 169. Just trying to find keywords. Here we go. So there's reference to land with an ancestral connection in accordance with Mataraka and Tikaka, and providing for economic, cultural, etc., etc. So that's the first submission that's relevant, and the key part is those references to ancestral connection and in accordance with Mataraka and Tikaka. The explanation in the submission, paragraph 170, Tauranga is aware that there may be limited land available for the purposes of public kāinga or other development, and as such considers that the expansion of the policy to include ancestral land is appropriate. So again, ancestral land has been brought up. The next submission is the Aokaha submission on method 5 to require local authorities to amend their regional and district plans to provide for the use of native reserves, land held under Te Ture Whenua Māori Act 1993, and land with a particular ancestral connection in accordance with MWP4. So again, we've got ancestral connection being raised in submission. We've set out the notified version of M5, which that submission relates to. And then paragraph 173, I'm just noting that although it's not footnoted in the regional policy statement, there's a scope submission. Okaha, in fact, made a similar submission to Te Runa o Ngāi on MWP 4. In the Okaha submission, there was also a broader point, which was policies enabling Ngāi to use land and native reserves in Te Ture Whenua Māori land for a variety of purposes are supported. I'm just going to skip to the key part. This management approach should recognise that there is other whenua with ancestral connection outside native reserves and Te Ture Whenua Māori land for which mana whenua hold aspirations for cultural use. So again, it's signalling that there's other land with ancestral connection which is sought to be brought within the RPS. Then over the page at 175 is referring to the Kane Whanau submission, which is to retain the list of Māori land reserves and amend to include land subject to being returned to landowners under ancillary claim provisions, which I just note because it doesn't appear to go far enough to support scope for the addition of the definition. So the position we have is that there's no submission expressly seeking the inclusion of the term Māori land, and there's no submission expressly seeking a definition. Nonetheless, the Ngāi Tahu and Okaha submissions use the words ancestral lands or ancestral connection. It goes without saying, but I'll say it, that submissions determine the jurisdictional scope to make amendments to a notified planning instrument. The basic principles are set out in the Countdown Properties and Leading City Council case, 1994, and they still apply. And so legitimate changes are those that are expressly sought in written submissions, those that correspond to the grounds in submissions, those that address the cases presented at hearing of submissions, but nonetheless have a foundation in submission, and amendments to wording that don't alter meaning or effect. And outside of those principles, there's no jurisdiction to make other changes. Here, the key element is ancestral land and land with an ancestral connection. Terminology which responds to those submissions, such as the term Māori land and definition of Māori land, is within jurisdiction within scope. And that's my submission, there is scope for the reasons just given. Then at paragraph 184, what's set out is the provisions in the RPS where the term Māori land is used. And so it takes us up to paragraph 185, which is simply noting that the party which raised the issue, Transpower, the reason it was seen as problematic because Transpower proposed a policy for the National Grid which used the term Māori land, but that policy hasn't been adopted by the Regional Council report writers. So Section 6E of the Act requires recognition and provision for the relationship of Māori culture and traditions with their ancestral lands. The Act doesn't define ancestral lands. It's open to amend the regional policy statement to elaborate on what are ancestral lands for purposes of managing the natural and physical resources of the region, and to give effect to that provision, Section 6E, so long as that's founded on a submission. And in this case, the nexus between amendment and submissions is clear. Similarly, where and how the term is used in the policy statement is also important. Mr. Freeland, planning witness for DCC, made 2 points about this which need to be answered. First, he said that Māori land should be mapped in the regional policy statement, and it isn't. Secondly, he was concerned that the definition would operate unfairly because the public would not know what land was Māori land as land was bought and sold over time. With respect to him, Mr. Freeland's concerns are without merit. The purpose of the regional policy statement is to set a uniform resource management planning framework across the region. While a regional policy statement can map areas, it doesn't have to. For example, there are a number of provisions that extend natural features and landscapes, areas of significant Indigenous biodiversity, and so on. None of them are mapped, and they don't need to be in a regional policy statement. Mapping, if necessary, can occur at the plan level, and that is typically where maps of outstanding natural features and landscapes and so on are to be found. There are neither legal nor planning requirements to include maps of Māori land in a regional policy statement. Mapping should be in the plans in order to give effect to directions in national and regional policy statements. The plans will also have associated rules and other methods. That's what the Kaitahu planning witness envisaged, particularly Ms. McIntyre. The detailed provisions concerning the use and development of Māori land are expected by Kaitahu to be included at the district plan level. This is another example of the distinction between what should be in this policy statement and what's really a matter for district plan. On that basis, the concerns expressed by Mr. Freeland about the perceived ambulatory nature of the definition of Māori land disappear. District plan provisions will not change in their application to Māori land identified in district plans simply because of ownership changes. That process is what is anticipated and directed by Method 5, Subclause 2, which says provide for the use of native reserves and Māori land in accordance with NWP 4 and recognise Kaitahu Rakatirataka over this land by enabling mana whenua to lead approaches to managing the adverse effects of such use on the environment. So that is quite a lot of words to say simply that there is scope. The change is desirable to give effect to Section 6E, and the mapping of areas and detailed provisions are matters for the district plan. So turning to the next topic, which is South Island Landless Natives Act land, use and development of land formerly subject to the South Island Landless Natives Act has been touched on in this hearing. The material that follows is simply provided as background information. There's no particular submission that anything needs to be or should be done. Background's drawn from an article by Judge Reeves of the Māori Land Court. The article records that in the mid to late 19th century, a number of investigations found Kaitahu as an iwi and its members have been left without a sufficient land base. The Crown made land available to South Island landless Māori By 1905, 142,463 acres had been allocated to 4,064 people. The South Island Landless Natives Act 1906 was passed to formally authorise the transfers which had been made. The Act was repealed in 1909. The repeal happened before all grants had been formally completed. The Act defined landless natives as meaning Māori in the South Island who are not in the possession of sufficient land to provide for their support and maintenance. The land allocated was very poor quality, isolated and inaccessible, and distant from traditional lands which had been alienated. In the Kaitahu Y27 claim, the Waitangi Tribunal described the Silna allocation as being a cruel hoax. The preamble to the Ngāi Tahu Claim Settlement Act 1998 records that the Crown failed in purchasing the Ngāti block to set aside reserves requested by Kaitahu, failed to preserve Kaitahu reasonable access to food resources, and failed to ensure Kaitahu retains sufficient land for existing and future needs. The failure to remedy these faults by, among other things, the South Island Landless Natives Act breached the Crown's duty to act in the utmost good faith towards Ngāi Tahu. At the time of the Ngāi Tahu Claim Settlement Act was enacted, there were 4 unallocated blocks, including one in Otago, the Hawea Wanaka block, known as Sticky Forest. There's a mechanism in the Ngāi Tahu Claim Settlement Act for the Māori Land Court to identify successors and their interests in this land. And finally, it should be noted for completeness that the Environment Court has held that the South Island Landless Natives Act land is subject to the Resource Management Act, and in particular regulation by regional and district plans. So that is simply the context that was missing when the first hearing was held. The next point is aquaculture. There are proposed policy, there's a proposed policy, policy 2.8a and method 5.3a, which have been sought by Kaitahu. Essentially, they require regional and district plans to recognise and provide for aquaculture settlement outcomes under the Māori Commercial Aquaculture Claims Settlement Act. While there's no mandatory statutory obligation on the Regional Council to do so in either its policy statement or in plans, in particular its Regional Coastal Plan, there is the ability to do so. The panel heard evidence that settlements are desired by Kaitahu and that space be set aside to enable settlement agreements to be effectively implemented. And this submission is simply saying that legally there is jurisdiction to make those recommended amendments. That brings us to MWM4. In his section 42A report, Mr. Adams proposed that the introductory words for this method read, local authorities must facilitate Kaitahu involvement in resource management, including decision making, close bracket, to the extent desired by mana whenua, including by ... At the hearing, it was suggested that the underlined words gave mana whenua too much control over council processes. That perception is incorrect. Local authorities retain their statutory functions, powers and duties. Nonetheless, the Resource Management Act includes various mechanisms by which mana whenua can participate in resource management processes and decisions. These include transfer of functions, powers and duties to an iwi authority under Section 33, appointment of commissioners under Section 34, joint management agreements under Section 36B, and mana whakahono rohe iwi participation agreements under Subpart 2 of Part 5 of the Resource Management Act. The point is that these avenues are to be used only to the extent that mana whenua are willing and able to do so. To make that clearer, Mr. Adams has proposed rewording the provision. In his reply report, Mr. Adams has proposed rewording the introductory words of method 4 to change the words we're talking about to be to the extent mana whenua consider themselves able to accommodate by. So the short point about that is that it's just making the meaning of those words clearer, that it's all about mana whenua being willing and able to do so, rather than mana whenua deciding when those powers will be exercised by councils. So that brings us to subparagraph 1 and method 4. And this method, as notified, read: including accredited Kaitahu commissioners on hearing panels for resource consent applications, notices of requirements, plan changes or plans where Kaitahu values may be affected. So the panel raised on the first day of the hearing whether this subclause offended the rule against bias. It is accepted that having Kaitahu commissioners to be decision makers when Kaitahu values could be affected may contravene the nemo judex lim of the rules of fairness and natural justice, which the Latin phrase I looked up and can tell you that it means no person may judge in a case in which they have an interest. The Kaitahu submissions and evidence were clear that that situation was not intended. Kaitahu explained that it keeps a list of commissioners who it considers appropriate because of their background and expertise to sit in hearing panels where Kaitahu values are involved. The list of commissioners includes persons who are not Kaitahu, where conflicts might arise, then persons who are not Kaitahu are nominated. For example, Commissioner Kirikiri was given. This explanation does not correspond to the wording of subclause 1 in its notified form. On the face of it, it states that persons who are Kaitahu must be commissioners when Kaitahu values may be affected. The solution is simply to change subclause 1 to read, including accredited commissioners approved or nominated by Kaitahu. And that is the recommendation that's been made by Mr. Adams. That brings us to method 4, subparagraph 2. And on that method, the panel has questioned the lawfulness of the direction to require local authorities to resource Kaitahu participation in resource management decision-making, including by funding. It's been suggested that each constituent local authority under the Local Government Act has sovereignty to determine what, if any, funding it allocates to facilitate Kaitahu participation in resource management decision-making. I'll just interpose here that there's a really simple answer to this, which is that regional policy statements impose obligations on other local authorities, which cost money all the time. It is then a matter for the local authorities concerned to determine how those obligations are funded, the timing of performing them in some instances. The fact that there's an annual plan process where budgets are set does not excuse local authorities from their statutory and other obligations. And incidentally, it doesn't exclude them from their contractual obligations. A council might sign a contract that something as mundane as photocopiers that runs for 3 years, even though there's an annual plan funding process. Where that's happened, it's simply not an option for the council not to find the money to pay the cost of hiring the copiers, and this really is no different. But more fully, paragraph 228, a regional policy statement must set out the objectives to be achieved, policies to achieve those objectives, and methods to be used to implement the policies. Key objective here is method number 1, which relates to the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which I don't think I need to read out. partnership with Mana Whenua in resource management of the region is fundamental to achieving that objective. That's achieved by policy number 2, which deals with treaty principles. And again, I don't think I need to read that out. The short point is that the reference to funding in method 4 is a necessary method to implement that policy. Without resourcing, including funding, the policy would be meaningless and simply wouldn't be effective. And so, I'd add to that as Mr. Adams notes in his reply report, the reference to resourcing is not limited by funding. The resourcing that occurs is not necessarily payment of money. So the cascade of planning instruments under the Resource Management Act necessarily results in higher order documents imposing obligations and costs on local authorities preparing, adopting and implementing subordinate instruments. District plans simply must give effect to regional policy statements. The methods in a district plan must replicate or expand on those in the regional document. The resources and funding obligations in the regional policy statement have to be given effect to in a district plan, and term of district plan must be observed by the territorial authority concerned. Local authorities have a large number of legal obligations and duties, including RMA and instruments made under them. Local Government Act planning processes do not absolve them of those duties. Long-term management plans make explicit how they're going to carry out those duties, how much they will spend on those activities and how they fund them. Nothing in the proposed regional policy statement is incompatible with those corporate planning processes. Same analysis would apply to the timing issue that's been raised separately to do with mandatory deadlines.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. There may be some questions that arise.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Anderson. I guess the only real question I had from Mr. Adams is around that definition of married land, and we did have that discussion at the hearing around ancestral, which is, you could argue, it is the whole region. So, in fairness to Mr. Freeland, I think his main concern is really from a planning point of view is that, well, given the breadth of that, and I'm going to defer to my colleague to the right here about how that might apply, but I guess, from your point of view, probably more James than a legal point of view, is that from a planning point of view, you're obviously quite comfortable with that breadth of that definition isn't going to cause a problem in the future where you may have these commercial satellite townships popping up around the place. Because that I took was the main concern from Mr. Freeland, and I think that would be concern of a lot of district councils, that if it's general land that had some connection long ago, and then suddenly that happens. And I add to that again, I think it's point Mr. Anderson again made, that's probably how district planning deals with that is going to be critical. So I guess the question is, are you comfortable that that breadth of that definition isn't going to cause a problem? I will add there, I'm not sure how wide that definition is. That's why just jiggle in my right, probably critical in that.
Well, I think, but I'm on my historical knowledge and being involved in a lot of the Waitangi Tribunal litigation about the South Island, there's just no doubt at all that the whole of this region will be Kaitahu ancestral land. So that's really what underlies Mr. Kewitt's question. Mr. Kirikiri, I'm not sure whether you agree with that.
No, I'm pretty sure when Edward, for example, when he gave his presentation at the very beginning, he used ancestral land all the time, you know. And it was almost like he just took it for granted, what he was, well, I did anyway, you know, in a generic sense. And I think in some ways that still is one of the tricky bits of the wider equation, you know, just we if there's a bottom line or there's a line to be drawn somewhere, I think we haven't quite got there yet, I don't think.
I don't think I can say that there's no risk. But what this provision, what this definition has to do in my mind is to walk a line between what Kaitahu, as you say, could quite fairly say that anything in this region really is Māori land. And we heard that through what was said. And I think part of what this definition does is try to walk that line and give enough space for that expression and development of cultural areas, papakaiaka, and things that are important to Kaitahu, while providing at least some form of definition of the kinds of land that are going to fall under that definition. And as you say, part of that discussion is yet to be had at district plan level and how they define that. I know Sandra mentioned the Timaru district plan in her evidence, and in my discussions with her, she seems quite positive about how those discussions were able to particularize those ideas and lay them on the ground in the Timaru district. So from that point of view, I am comfortable that, as we mentioned, the higher level direction that's coming through the RPS is able to be laid on the ground in a reasonable way through district plans. And I acknowledge that there is some flex in that definition. I know that there is probably, with what I've written there, you'll see I introduced the new clause 1, which was quite a bit more restrictive than what Kaitahu were asking for. And I know that Kaitahu would still like that clause 1 to be broader.
I was going to ask you about clause 1 when we got here, but the way that reads, it's got to attach to existing Papakaianga development line or be nearby effectively. Take the coastal erosion issue, for example. There was a marae or something there. You'd have to sort of attach further inland or be nearby.
That limb 2 is, just remind myself exactly what it says before I go further.
Or swapping almost exchanging areas because one area is at risk.
Yeah, it was, yes, one is about areas that attach. They were talking about it, thank you. I think it was mentioned about Karatane that there's they want the room to be able to extend what they're doing there, but there was also the mention of, well, some of these areas that we want to use are, as you say, simply not going to be suitable because of erosion or simply because of those places are, and that there should be some mechanism for new areas to be able to be used, and they may be further inland or in safer areas that can be sort of used in replacement of some of those areas that were not appropriate. And as as we've just heard, and as the Kaitahu witnesses mentioned, the reason that a lot of that land is inappropriate is because it was given through sort of earlier settlements and was inappropriate or in inaccessible areas or was poor land, and that was the kind of thing that was given. And it very much goes back to this principle of the fairness of that process and how we are best able to, given the water that has gone under the bridge and the place that we are at now, how are we best able to manage that? And that's what I'm trying to address through that definition.
Thank you.
You know, sometimes these things defined better by the way in which they're presented. I mean, there's a perception. People see something and say, this is what it means. And, and to me, this is one of those examples where, Sandra and Co had said, I knew clause 1. It's almost like they're saying clause 1 needs to be this to make the Ngaitahu statement first. And then the legal definition, which is what most of this is, afterwards. You know, it makes a statement, I think, that perhaps we need to be more cognizant of. I know the legal statement is a key one, but when you're referring to Māori land, for example, it's, in my view, it's the Kaitahu perception of that I think probably needs to be highlighted a bit more. And then the legal, sort of the Western legal, if I could use the word Western legal, is the bit that sort of supports it. I don't know whether you thought that or whether that was the kind of thing that Sandra, I think maybe if she didn't say it specifically, I suspect that in the back of her mind, that's where she was coming from. And sometimes you need to make that statement quite boldly. Here I go again using the word bold. But, so I just wondered whether we might need to just reflect a little bit more on that. But I really wanted to raise the question about policy 4. And this may have already been covered off and I've forgotten about it, but the deletion of the word protect. Because that, if I recall rightly, that's Ngaitahu's words were protect, develop, and the word protect has now been deleted. And I just wondered what the significance of that is in your view.
I think the concern from Kaitahu there was that, related to the history of Kaitahu land often ending up being well forested and having a lot of biodiversity values. And I think it was, I can't remember exactly who, I think it might have been Elsa Kane, referring to the fact that and Maria, I think, that as land around that Māori land got farmed and the biodiversity disappeared, that then the Kaitahu land that had lots of biodiversity values ended up with lots of protections on it and couldn't be used for the purpose that it was originally preserved for Kaitahu, which was for use and development. I think they were concerned that having that word protect in there derogated from the idea that they're trying to use this land for papakaiaka and marae purposes and sort of customary purposes. And they didn't want any suggestion that it might be locked down in that way within this policy, which is about land use.
Oh, right. Okay. As opposed to the Ngaitahu Runanga submission, which used the word protect. And they probably would have been looking at it in a broader sense, not quite in the specific sense that you've identified. Okay, I understand that. The other point goes back again to another whole hoary thing of mine around the use of language. And it'll certainly be something that I'm going to be looking at more deeply as we deliberate. But there is, at least in my view, there is some confusion still around uses of terms like mana whenua and stuff like that haven't quite hit the mark, because they're used into things. They've used the word mana whenua in some cases and switched to puppets peruranga or whatever. There's a consistency there. I think that I think somebody needs to sort of grab a hold of and have a closer look at, which I'll certainly attempt to do that anyway myself, just to get a better handle on what I think might or might not be happening. But it would also need, of course, to fit in with our Kaitahu says as well. And I don't know that sufficient attention is being given into this, because again, we've got a regional policy statement that probably may well arguably serve as a template for others if we can get this one right, because I don't see it anywhere else at the moment. That the extent to which a regional policy statement is going to address iwi issues, and that has to include the use of te reo, and it needs to be as correct or as precise as you can possibly get it. But having said that, though, I do take my hat off to everyone who's put an attempt in it, the work that they've put into trying to address that. And I include Kaitahu as well as the council and other people who've been, to the extent that, again, when you hear these phrases being used just as a normal course, in an exercise like a hearing like this, I mean, that's got to signify some really good, ticks in the box. So, but we shouldn't rest on our laurels, because we've got so far, but I think there's still a couple more steps to go. That's what I have to say. Thanks.
Yeah, and I think just one question from me, and in the legal sections and in the report too, is talking about mapping and an expectation that mapping would occur through the district plans. And I suppose the question was, do you think that needs to be explicit in the methods, or do you think that what you've got there is enough? And I suppose this is sort of in reflection to what we've heard, for example, from Mr. Freeland. Do you think that they will do it? I suppose without more explicit direction. Do you think if it is something that is that essential, should it be explicitly referred to in the methods?
That's why you figure that out. Just one from a legal perspective, comment on that. My impression from Ms. McIntyre is that the expectation is that mana whenua would to some extent drive that process and how it happens at the plan level. And it comes back to Commissioner Kirikiri's point a few moments ago, that before well, before me as Ewan, for example, trying to say something, I kind of need to know what I'm trying to say. And so from my perspective anyway, I would see risk in being too prescriptive in that regard, because it may not be quite as simple as saying, here, map this.
Yeah.
Now you can tell me why I'm wrong, James.
Yeah, I think that's the balance that would need to be driven by Mana Whenua. And if there's recognition that it's useful, but to what extent do they have the to what extent do they actually want to see it there, and how would they want to see it? I suppose is the
I feel that district plans would probably naturally gravitate to mapping these things. I don't feel that it is, at least to some extent, I don't feel that it's necessary to tell them directly to do that. I'm also aware of that sometimes there is a kaitahu who have a concern about the requirement to map everything, that there are some things, values that they feel cannot be mapped.
Yeah.
And so in this context, I think it's better to set up the expectations or the goals for what we're trying to happen, and open and sort of set the stage for the discussion and the relationship to progress that at district plan level.
Yeah, no, that certainly makes sense. And then the conversation can be what would need to be mapped, what not, in the process. Yeah. Okay, thanks for that.
That's all right.
Your submissions, Mr. Anderson, often have a beguiling simplicity to them. As I was listening to you addressing paragraph 198, the last sentence, I was just looking at your 189, where you said there were two related points being made by Mr. Freeland. The one, that Māori land should be mapped. It's not. Secondly, he was concerned the definition would operate unfairly because the public would not know what land was Māori land. The land was bought and sold, and I was waiting for the answer to that, and it came in two lines at paragraph 198 at the end. District plan provisions will not change in their application to Māori land identified in the district plans, simply because of ownership changes. And so I took from that that you were pointing gently in the direction of some form of mapping occurring at the district plan level. And that then immediately takes your mind to what sort of guidance, if you're a district planner and a territorial authority, can you derive from the combination of the definition in Māori land, and particularly clause 8, and the policy 4 provision. I think it's really that, to be fair to Mr. Freeland, that he was pointing out in that, in reality, and it follows a bit from the observation that Commissioner Kirikiri made, clause 8 is really saying all Māori land, if you pop up and you buy it, it's Māori land, and you can, so therefore you then turn to policy 4. There's some guidance really given by policy, by the definition subclauses 1 to 7, but I would have thought 8 probably really was 1, as Commissioner Kirikiri say, and recognising that all the land in this region is ancestral land of Māori. These are some examples of how it's held at the present time. But then you look at policy 4, and it provides for sustainable use of land resources within native reserves and Māori land in accordance with Ngā Tauranga and Tikaka. to provide for their economic, cultural, and social aspirations. And it's really the economic word that's the problem. And the difficulty with that I'm just struggling with is that the concept that you hear, whether it's a resource consent or a Waitangi tribunal setting or whatever, is the flexibility or the need for flexibility in tikaka and tikaka in the north. And just how broadly that can be controlled within Māori. So that's a very long-winded statement, but do you have any suggestions as to what sort of guidance might be able to be given, particularly in relation to those economic opportunities that are giving rise to concern?
I think it needs to be seen in the context of the tikaka and kawa and the construction of that and purpose of that provision and the section, I guess, taken together, that economic development, I think, as we heard from the cultural witnesses, is seen in the context of preserving Papakayaka, the village construct, that this is sitting within the context of the cultural and community. It's not, I think the concern is maybe we get this piece of land and we put a big box industry on it, something like that. Something like that. And that, in my understanding, would be kind of anathema to the set of values that we've been hearing espoused that sit alongside this, that it's very much within the context of whānau and hapu and the longevity of and evolution of those traditions and customs and practices through time, and allowing those to continue, and that there needs to be some form of economic practice within that. And I think when we're talking in that context, that's very tempting. When we say economic, we think purely of, well, not purely, but mainly of financial things and big industry. But that's quite a I guess, not to get too jargony, but a Western capitalist way of viewing that term, whereas economy has a much broader ambit that refers to those sort of economic practices or in place and in cultural context. So I think within the ambit of those provisions, economic needs to be viewed as within the context of those practices. So that was rather a bit of a long-winded reply.
Well, it's helpful, thanks. One other point, Mr. Anderson. Sorry, just while I'm looking for the point that I was looking, there's one detail point, 185, your paragraph 185, Mr. Anderson. Was that a submission or evidence of transparency that you were referring to there?
So sorry, I missed.
Paragraph 185, was that their actual submission to the RPS, or was that evidence that we received?
Sorry, I don't recall. I can find out. Could you confirm after lunch?
Yeah, if you would, thank you. The other issue related to funding, and I'm just trying to find the at the end, right there. So paragraph 232, and the top two lines really. And again, a well-constructed and helpful argument that you've advanced. and you conclude, and it brings you to the conclusion at the top of page 35 that the whole scheme of the RMA is really providing for higher order documents to impose obligations and costs on local authorities. But does it extend so far as this extension, which is paying out funds to support third parties to assist the local authority?
It's a fair question. So it draws a distinction between an obligation to map something and an obligation to pay a third party to do something. Well, my submission is that there's no reason why that obligation can't be imposed, so long as it's imposed for a legitimate resource management purpose. So, for example, well, this mapping as an example.
Yeah,
I wouldn't see any difficulty with an obligation to have Kaitahu import on a relevant mapping item and provide funding for that purpose. And by the same token, I don't see any difficulty with this method, providing funding to give effect to the relevant policy.
And the final question I really had was legal more than to Mr. Adams. Just really was in relation to method 4 and that decision-making issue. I must admit I'm still troubled on how that looks on the face of it, because it concludes with those words where Kaitahu values may be affected, which, as all lawyers know, is the red flag straight away to involvement in decision making. Can that be, or a signal on the face of it, not be given by inserting, including where appropriate, independent accredited commissioners, so that the RPS is acknowledging, if you like, on the face of it by using those words, that look, there's a red flag here, and what's intended is to have involvement in the decision making by appointing independent commissioners.
So where would you include those?
So in NWM4, clause 1, including, where appropriate, independent accredited commissioners approved or nominated by Kaitahu.
From a legal perspective, I've got no issue with that. That's a sensible suggestion.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you both. No further questions. But I would, Mr. Adams, say that it's a breath of fresh air to be having Parker coming along and espousing some Māori issues and responses where, in essence, you've been conveying to us it's time to have some confidence in Māori rather than paying lip service to just having ability to participate. You've got to actually sometimes have some confidence that they'll actually be exercised in a responsible way. You conveyed that very strongly, and you've stuck to your guns about that. That's critical. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I just raise one minor point? In my supplementary evidence, I recommended that the words Taoka Tuku Iho be taken out at various points, so on advice from Kaitahu, but I see that I forgot to remove one in MWE1 in the explanation on page 80. So there is an MWE1 in the third line, and Taoka Tuku Iho, those words are still recommended to be inserted and they should not be there.
All three words? Or?
Yes.
Yeah. All three, right. So that should read, and mana whenua values are actively protected.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
SRMO.
Yes, so there's only one legal issue that arises in SRMO, and that is to do with jurisdiction for the amendments that have been made to issue number 7. And it was a question from the panel, and the question is whether we're straying into the freshwater category. The answer is that we're not, and the reasons for that are as follows. So the three additions are in anthropogenic alteration of waterways such as damming, abstraction, bed manipulation, draining wetlands, the discharge of contaminants, nutrients entrapped in land runoff, the introduction of invasive species fishing. The first point is that the issue number 7 is not part of the freshwater planning instrument because it doesn't directly relate to maintaining or enhancing the quality or quantity of freshwater. And I'm just going to skip slightly ahead. It makes more sense that way. The division under section 80A of this document into the freshwater part and the non-freshwater part has already happened. And so once you're in the non-freshwater part, if a submission gets made on it, even if that might appear to be straying slightly into freshwater, it's still in the non-freshwater part. It doesn't get split again without section 80A getting triggered again. Same is true on the other side of the equation. Once the provision's in the freshwater part, a submission that might appear to be straying into change it this way, and it would not be freshwater anymore. Still gets dealt with in the freshwater hearing, because the only way there's any further splitting of the actual provisions is if ADA came into application again. The perhaps simpler answer is to look at the amendments themselves, so that the first edition listed is in context simply an explanation of why native fish communities are degraded and wouldn't meet the test of relating directly to maintaining or enhancing quality or quantity of freshwater. Second and third editions explain degradation in the marine environment, so they wouldn't meet the test either. So we're not at risk of straying into freshwater as the submission. The other point about this chapter was touched on in the overarching section, that is the identification of a new issue for inclusion. So, I was told that the chapter author is with us by Zoom, ready to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramsden, and good afternoon, Ms. Todd.
Good afternoon.
I'm not sure whether you've heard the little homily I gave at the start, but if there are no questions to you, please don't get upset, because we feel that we've been very fully informed by the whole process, and we've been under quite some pressure in terms of the reading of this material, and we aren't necessarily wanting to expand on challenges to any issues that might be raised, more just clarification. So I'll open that to Commissioner Cubitt first.
Thank you, Ms. Todd. Yeah, I didn't really have any questions really, and just one sort of clarification. And it's the same old issue really, just in relation to probably your section 3, introductory section, and it's just the comments around the food production sort of issue that always seems to get lumped into an economic perspective. And I'm not widening that to agriculture and full breadth of that. But I just wonder if I'm not sure if you've heard, we had lengthy submissions from various agricultural groups, but I see sort of food production is pretty much fundamental, and it's not necessarily an economic thing. It's pretty much fundamental to all life. There is obviously an economic perspective to it, but could you consider maybe actually recognising that in the various references throughout the document?
Sorry, a couple of those bits cut out. I agree with what you said and understand your concern. I just didn't quite catch which bit of the issues chapter or my report you were particularly commenting on or questioning there, sorry?
Well, it actually runs through the whole thing, but mainly in relation to your paragraph 45, where you have amended paragraphs 1 and 2, the introduction section. And that's where it sort of crops up that agriculture is just purely recognised from an economic perspective, but if we burrow down into the food production, and all I'm saying is it's far more than an economic thing. It's pretty much fundamental to society, and it kind of hasn't been recognised.
Okay, yeah, sure. Thank you. That makes more sense. Agree. It's not just an economic issue, and it does come into the social well-being aspect. I think in terms of that specific part of the issues chapter, it wasn't a good fit for that sentence, which is talking about how natural and physical resources support and are impacted by recreation, housing and cultural activities. And I guess when I looked at that, my feeling was that was more about things that the key things that have an impact on natural and physical resources, and I didn't feel food production fitted that well. So I have no objection to it being added in there, and I agree that it is an important aspect of our social well-being, and it's certainly natural and physical resources support food production. So it could go in that sentence. I think in relation to the rest of the issues chapter, I certainly don't see it as being confined to an economic issue. And I think in most places there have been some recommendations to add reference to food production. And where I haven't, it's not because I disagree. I certainly agree it's important. It's just, I guess, more part of an overall attempt to keep this chapter from getting any larger, if you like. The issues are already fairly long and lengthy, and it's more just trying to keep it succinct in places where food production might be covered more generally by another word or another term. But I certainly have no objection to adding it in, and I would agree with your comment that it is an important matter if you're considering social matters. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it does. Thanks. So it does crop up throughout the whole document, and that perception that it's all about farmers making money when there's a great deal more to it than that. And I think your recommendation to include that new issue goes some way to address that sort of concern anyway. But no, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Todd. Just one matter from me around the new issue that you recommended, and I suppose we've heard a lot from submitters who either are or would wish to be regionally or nationally significant infrastructure, and I suppose elevation of their or increased recognition of their importance. Do you think, or I mean, I suppose I'm just interested in how you sort of step through that issue, and I understand it's about the conflict between sort of uses and the natural and physical environment, but did you sort of, I suppose, consider something in that issue that would sort of elevate regionally or nationally significant infrastructure at all? What was your thinking around that?
I did, and obviously I've looked at the infrastructure issue and this more general issue and lumped them all together, if you like. And it's possible that there could be more mention of infrastructure, and as part of that, obviously, the significant regional infrastructure would be at the top of that list. I guess where I landed was, and I do fully acknowledge that the parties are not seeking one issue statement, they're seeking two, and there's reasons for that. But I guess where I landed is leaving it covered more generally at the very beginning of this statement, which does just mention infrastructure. But in answer to your question, yes, I could see an argument for elevating regionally significant infrastructure within this issue, and I'm just looking at it to see where that might be and whether there was any wording from the joint witness statement and the issue, new issue that came out for infrastructure that might help us there. I guess it would probably perhaps go in the statement, or maybe the context would be the best place if there was to be a reference to significant regional infrastructure. But so in answer to your question, I did consider it, but probably landed with what you see there as a sort of succinct summary of the issue, where all of those things are just referenced at the beginning of the statement, and then the issue more generally is covered.
Yeah, and I can understand that you're sort of trying to come in at a slightly higher level than there's more sort of than those other issues.
Yeah,
pulling them into one statement. Yeah.
Yeah, when I did attempt to write more about infrastructure within this issue statement, but then I felt like then I'd need to recommend more words for all those other things there. So more words about food production that we've just been discussing, perhaps more recognition of the issues for mineral extraction. And so suddenly it started to turn into something much larger. And there's a risk you miss something out, and that gets misunderstood and misconstrued further down the track when people are trying to implement this issue or respond to this issue. So that's kind of why I went full circle back to something a bit more general and overarching, if you like.
Okay, no, thanks. That's all from me. That's helpful.
Yes, Ms. Todd, the big issue that I just wondered whether it's been captured sufficiently that we've been hearing about from a sector of that infrastructure group is the statutory need to meet the carbon net zero by 2050. And I may have missed it, but looking through the SRMR chapter, there doesn't seem to be that focus on that particular need.
I think you're right. I don't think there is a huge emphasis. Off the top of my head, I can't recall any specific references to it, and certainly submitters did raise that a lot. No, I guess in most places it goes back to that sort of goal I was talking about before in relation to food production, to trying to keep these two issues, summary of the issues with the issues outlined, rather than going into a lot more detail of kind of the response, although I do accept that that's not so much a response, but just an actual statutory requirement that has to be met. So I can't point you to any particular references to it in the issue statements right now, but I would agree it's not really there in any, there's no great emphasis on it in any of the issues. And I guess climate change, which I think is issue 2, would be the logical place to look for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. And that was the main one that I wanted to just ask you about. So thank you very much, Ms. Todd. Thank you.
Thank you.
We might break strands for lunch, so we'll come back just to make sure we don't run out of time. We'll come back at 10 to 2.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, so RMIA is the next chapter. I have no submissions to make. Mr. Adams, the chapter author, is here to answer any questions if there are any.
No questions for me, thank you.
No, I don't think I have any either. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're all clear. Shadows, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And, it's probably a credit to your clarity, so thank you.
All right, so integrated management is the next chapter. Some submissions to make, which are at page 39. And Ms. Boyd, the chapter author, is here to answer questions at the conclusion of that. So in this chapter, there are three legal issues to address. The first is the use of adaptive management. The second is Te Mano Te Wai and the order of priorities in IM Policy 1. And the third is the use of the phrase particular environments in King Salmon. So turning to the first of those, adaptive management. So during hearings, both submitters and members of the panel noted that there is not an express or explicit reference to adaptive management in the proposed regional policy statement. Adaptive management is a recognised resource management tool for managing the effects of activities when there are uncertainties about the effects of those activities on the receiving environment. A typical example is that resource consent decisions are often made based on modelling predictions. Modelled outcomes are inherently uncertain. Adaptive management is used or can be used to respond to mismatches between anticipated and actual outcomes on the environment, which is really just another way of saying if you're not sure what's going to happen, you can check as you go. Adaptive management can be framed to avoid undesired adverse effects, so it can be a tool to achieve avoidance. If you're able to measure effects essentially as you go, there can be a threshold above which you cannot pass. Adaptive management's been applied nationally to aquaculture activities and locally to port activities such as the disposal at sea of dredged spoil. The response that's proposed here is to include adaptive management in the IM chapter by amendment to Policy 6, where it is added in subclause 2. And now reads, adopting a precautionary approach, including through use of adaptive management towards activities whose effects are uncertain, unknown, or little understood, but potentially significantly adverse. So that removes any uncertainty as to whether the regional policy statement contemplates that adaptive management is a technique that can be used. It does. And the thinking is that it's preferable to have a single reference in the IM chapter rather than to add many references to many provisions when that's not really necessary. So that's adaptive management. The next section is Te Mana o Te Wai and the Policy 1 Order of Priorities. This was the provision within the integrated management chapter that got the most attention. The principal criticisms were that the Regional Council had inappropriately co-opted the hierarchy of obligations of Te Mana o Te Wai and the MPS-FM and applied it beyond freshwater to the natural environment generally, and that IMP1 is inconsistent with Section 5 of the Act and therefore unlawful. The text of that policy is set out in paragraph 261. That's the reply report version. Just so the rest of the submission makes sense, just to go through that policy. So it breaks down into parts. So the first part is giving effect to the integrated package of objectives and policies in this RPS requires decision makers to consider all provisions relevant to an issue or decision. So the first step is that when you're giving effect to the policy statement, you look at all the parts that are relevant. And then it goes on to say, and apply them according to the terms in which they are expressed, which is, I'd almost describe it as King Salmon 101. You look at the words and try to understand what they mean. And that if there's a conflict between provisions that cannot be resolved by the application of higher order documents, so when you're looking at the words in the regional policy statement, I would very much hope that they make sense and readers of the policy statement are not left wondering what they mean. Sometimes when there's an apparent conflict between policies, and it might be the policies pulling in different directions, referred to in King Salmon, looking to higher order instruments such as a national policy statement or the NZCPS may shed light. If you're still left with a conflict between provisions in the regional policy statement, then the two priorities come into play. So these two priorities only apply after all the relevant provisions have been looked at, they've been interpreted in the usual way, any relevant national instruments have been examined, and somebody is somehow still left wondering, crikey, which direction should I go in? So these are not provisions that are intended to be, these are not priorities that are intended to be used on a regular basis. So if we just tuck that away to one side, carrying on at 262, earlier versions of this policy had greater similarity to the hierarchy in Te Mana o Te Wai. Similarity with Te Mana o Te Wai and the MPS-FM is neither surprising nor inappropriate. Both this RPS and the MPS-FM are giving effect to the same statutory purpose. In that context, nobody should be surprised that similarity exists between the two things, and nor is it in any way improper. Looking at the priorities that now appear in this policy, broadly the first limb, which is the life support and capacity and mauri of air, water, soil and ecosystems, broadly that limb is consistent with section 5.2b of the Act. And the second limb, health and safety of people and communities and their ability to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being now and in the future. it is broadly consistent with the introductory part of section 5.2. So some of the criticism is that this is either an inaccurate paraphrasing of section 5 or gets the order around the wrong way, or criticisms of that nature. I think it's a mistake to look at this as trying to summarise section 5. It's not. Doing that would be pointless because you can actually look at section 5. This is giving guidance on what the regional policy statement itself is supposed to mean. It's simply saying that the intention of this document, the regional policy statement, is that if you've got two policies pulling in different directions and the higher order instruments don't tell you which way to go, just please make sure that you safeguard the life supporting capacity of air, water, etc. first. Now that, in my submission, is an entirely legitimate approach to take in managing the region's resources, and I don't see it as being in any way inconsistent with section 5. And I'll note in that regard that the passage that's oft cited in King Salmon, and it's footnoted at number 39, the comment that when you're looking at section 5 and you've got subsection 2 and then the word while and then ABC, the while means at the same time as, i.e. you don't go ahead with your enabling without also dealing with your safeguarding life supporting capacity in this case. So that, in terms of what the policy is trying to achieve, is the explanation. It's simply a steer from the policymaker that if you end up in that conflict situation, you've got two policies pulling in different directions, the higher order instruments don't tell you which way to go, just make sure you don't sacrifice the life supporting part of the equation. There are a couple of other submissions on this topic for the electricity distribution businesses. There's a submission that any conflict should be resolved through the directness of the language and the relevance of the provision to the particular issue. I agree with that, but this policy priority only applies after you've tried to do that and you still have a conflict. There's also a submission up to 274 of the written submission that individual provisions should use suitable language so that they give you enough of a steer, i.e. using strong language where strong language is needed and less directive language for other things and all the usual tools. That is what the regional policy statement does. It's certainly what it's intending to do. This provision, which Mr. Pearce describes as a failsafe, is exactly that. It's giving you the steer in that hopefully rare situation where you've got two things pulling in different directions. For Contact Energy, there's a submission that IMP1's wrong because for reasons including that it fails to recognise the national policy statement for renewable energy generation. But again, the priorities 1 and 2 only apply after you've looked at any relevant national policy statements, including NPS REC. So I think that submission's misguided. Just noted in the final paragraph on this topic, 276, that we're in the presence of a position where there are two submitters have supported the formulation of IMP1. Mr. Somerville, KC for Beef and Lamb and Deer Industry New Zealand, and Mr. Cameron for Kaitahu. And those the relevant parts of their submissions are footnoted. So that's policy one. And the third part of this submission is a question from the panel during the course of this hearing. Panel referred to 24D of King's Salmon, which I've set out at 277. And the relevant part is the text which says, Section 5.2 contemplates that particular environments may need to be protected from the adverse effects of activities and so on. So the panel's question was whether the protection that's being referred to is confined to those particular environments, and particular environments need to be identified to justify a bottom line approach of the type that was accepted in King's Salmon. In King's Salmon, it was policies 13.1a and 15a of the NZCPS which were at issue. Both of those are pure avoid policies, i.e. avoid adverse effects of activities on ... The particular environments that those policies refer to are areas of the coastal environment with outstanding natural character and outstanding natural features and outstanding natural landscapes in the coastal environment. So that's the context in which the comment in paragraph 24D was made. Now, those are the particular environments that were at issue in that case. And later in the judgment, later in King's Salmon, paragraph 90, and the passage is set out at 282 of my submissions. And I'm going to skip to the relevant bit. Those two policies provide a graduated scheme of protection and preservation based on the features of particular coastal localities, requiring avoidance of adverse effects in outstanding areas, but allowing for avoidance, mitigation, or remedying in others. That's exactly the approach that's been taken in the regional policy statement. The level of protection depends on the features of the area concerned, i.e. the particular environments. The comment about particular environments is no more specific than outstanding natural features or coastal environment with outstanding natural character. In the regional policy statement, for example, in the context of significant of Indigenous biodiversity, the highest level of protection is for areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna, or for natural features and landscapes, outstanding natural features and landscapes, as opposed to highly valued. So the approach that's taken here is entirely consistent with the context that was being used in King's Salmon. So those are my submissions on the IM chapter. Both me and Ms. Boyd will take any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson. Just on that last point you're making, I think that actually has been the concern that's been raised quite a bit. So if you go back and look through it, it is that the void has been applied to wider than those significant growths. So, for example, for Indigenous biodiversity, for highly valued landscapes as opposed to outstanding. That's how I've taken the concern to be around that, rather than applying that the void remedy mitigate to those. But you're saying that, well, the plan's policy statement hasn't done that. But there were instances that I saw that it probably had done that.
Like that. The natural features and landscapes
So I haven't gone back to have a look.
Yeah. Easiest example, because when talking about the highly valued, it takes a different approach. So you've got avoid for outstanding, and then for highly valued, you have avoid significant effects and avoid, remedy or mitigate other effects. And that's the exact formulation that was at issue in King Salmon. IB is not in front of mine, so answer to that one.
Yeah.
No doubt we'll discuss it tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. But I take the point that we asking us 4 questions at the same time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Where are my questions? I didn't have a lot again. I had to say your report on this section really helped my understanding of how this whole thing, with the thinking behind it and everything, and I just found it really great in terms of the clarity around where it was coming from, where you are coming from. So thanks for that. But I did have a couple of quick questions. Just in relation to that, on page 18.
Paragraph 62.
Oh, yeah, well, I had noted that, but yeah.
I will provide that.
Yeah. No biggie, I don't like 32AA anyway. So, but it was actually hidden over the page with you recommended accepting Mr. Farrell's addition there around no other reasonable alternatives. I just wonder how much, or when you did that, I'm assuming you've probably been involved in a few designations and notices of requirements and how the court looks at all that. It's quite a thought exercise that in what sort of context do you consider what's reasonable? Is it in that location or is it somewhere else in the, all those sorts of things come into that. Did you have any thoughts around that, or did?
Yes, I have to say, I think this policy was probably the one that exercised my mind the most in this chapter, because it is quite unusual in the way that it's essentially providing an alternative pathway. I did go backwards and forwards on Mr. Farrell's point, and ultimately I landed where I did for the reason that the contravention of bottom lines or limits shouldn't be the first option. It should be a last resort, really, and after determining that there really isn't another option that could be pursued, and that was really the reason for falling eventually on including that wording. Although now that I'm looking at it in light of your question, it does say no other reasonable alternatives to the activity. And I wonder if perhaps that was a bit loose and should instead refer to the contravention that's the reason for using this policy instead.
It's kind of that argument we've heard about the avoid as first priority is like, well, of course we can always avoid it. And it's a bit of that in that as well.
I think you wouldn't. I think what I understood from Mr. Farrell's point, and I agreed with, was that you wouldn't want this policy, or I wouldn't certainly want this policy to indicate to proponents of an activity that they can just put aside bottom lines and and consider that this policy provides an opportunity to just ignore those. It really should be a last resort.
Yeah, I understand the basis behind it, and in theory, it's probably a good thing that how these things pan out in practice. It's like
the practicality can be difficult sometimes.
No, thanks for that. And in your paragraph 88, And I think there's a response to Kaitahu. And forgive me if I haven't picked it up in your analysis, because we have been skim reading these, but we've taken out the reference, it's in relation to, INP52, the reference to manage the subunits, and I understand what you've got there instead is a wider environmental context, but I'm just wondering the implications that when we get to the next part of the hearing, is that reference to subunits still probably useful, or do you think obviously that's a wider phrase you've got there, but just for clarity in terms of you managing catchments like that, is it? What was your thinking behind removing that?
Yes, my thinking was mostly that subunit is sort of it sort of brings to mind freshwater management units. And I think that was the reasoning behind the original drafting. So I was trying to suggest that it's not necessarily just a freshwater management situation. It's that if you're managing any kind of resource on a smaller scale, you shouldn't do so divorced from the broader context.
Okay, got you. Well, kind of related to that is on page 32 in the cumulative effects thing. I guess the question still remains in my mind is, why do you need it in the Act? Telling you you've got to do that anyway. But I just wonder, with that change, it talks about recognising managed impact. Well, how does that help us really any more than, because the Act tells us we're dealing with the sustainable management of resources. I never find managed that useful in policy, because it's, well, what does that mean? How are we managing is what the policy should be telling us. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts around, did you consider whether managed should actually be saying there how it should be managed rather than, or is it just a broad overview sort of? That is in the item checklist, so I'm just wondering, does it help us at all, really?
Yes, well, my original view on this policy was that it required something that I think is difficult, if not impossible, to achieve. By the way, it talked about explicitly accounting for cumulative effects, which in my experience is, if we'd been able to do that, we probably wouldn't have the issues, some of the issues that we have. Yeah, that's right. And you don't always know what they're going to be like. And I had the view that cumulative effects are part of the definition of effects, and so therefore, whenever you're considering effects, you should also be considering cumulative effects. I think what I heard from Ms. McIntyre in particular was that not managing cumulative effects has been a downfall of the resource management system to date, and that although there is already a requirement to take them into account in decision making, it perhaps hasn't been front of mind, and that given that we're getting to a point of scarcity of some resources, there's benefit in highlighting to decision makers that they do need to consider those.
Yeah. Again, it does go back to what you said earlier. It's like, well, it's very difficult to account for them in a lot of circumstances. But
that's right, and I take your point about management. Managing something without any further direction on how you're supposed to manage is not especially directive.
Yeah, I guess in an IM chapter, it's probably not as critical in terms of the use of that word, because the lower order documents will determine how they do that. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of points from me. I'll just go to IMP 13 first, because given that's what you've just been talking about. I just was thinking about the use of the wording says in there, recognise and manage impact of cumulative effects. And I wondered if that impact of was intentional, because I suppose I was thinking if you're managing the impact of cumulative effects, that's quite different to, or potentially different to managing the cumulative effects themselves. And I was wondering if that was sort of intentional and something that had been thought through or not.
I can't say I had specifically thought about that. I think the wording that I have adopted is what Ms McIntyre suggested.
Yeah, and I could see that came from hers. I was just wondering whether you'd given any more thought to that, because I suppose I see if you're managing the impact of the cumulative effects, that's something that's sort of coming out the end of the cumulative effects having been observed rather than managing them up front, I suppose, if you're managing them directly.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I hadn't thought about it in that level of detail. I suppose that begs the question of whether you can manage their impacts in advance of knowing what they might be.
Yeah, I suppose I was thinking if it's the impact of the cumulative effects, sort of, you're almost waiting to see what those impacts are before you're actually proactively managing them, rather than saying, okay, well, we're actually looking at the cumulative effects here. And predicting what they might be. And I mean, it's very similar. I think it's probably a bit of a reasonably subtle.
Yes, and I certainly it wasn't my intent for this policy to apply after the effects had already occurred. It was trying to encourage those effects to be considered and managed, in advance. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's all good. The other one, and this may totally be a non-issue, but it's just something as I was tuning through all these that was I suppose stretching my brain a little bit, and this was around IMP 10 and whether the focus there is more on climate change adaptation rather than mitigation, because I suppose I was thinking, well, clause 1's pretty broad. 3's broad, and 4 seems to be sort of a mix. And the second part of clause 4 just seems to sort of repeat 1. But I mean, I suppose I was just interested if whether you think that balance is right in there around adaptation versus mitigation, or when I was scratching my head and thinking it seems to be more leaning towards adaptation, and is that appropriate? Have I got that a bit wrong?
No, I can see what you're saying. I think this policy was a little bit difficult because it was originally tied to a method that required these actions to be, it seemed to be suggesting in some instances that there was going to be a climate change response developed, which was a type of document or strategy prepared by local authorities. And I think the amendments that I proposed in my Section 42A report moved away from that approach, rather to rely on responses in a general way. But in the absence of having a climate change response, i.e. a strategy or a document, this policy is left a little bit hanging, I think. I would say that it does apply to both adaptation and mitigation. It probably is more focused on mitigation than adaptation, which is possibly because IMP 12 is really the avenue for climate change adaptation.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's helpful. It's I was just expressing something that that was causing me a little bit of making me think quite a bit about it anyway. But, thanks, that's clarified things. But.
Just on some of that wording of mitigation and minimisation, and in this particular chapter, you seem to have been quite comfortable at using the phraseology of minimising from memory, some of these policies to the greatest extent practicable. So you don't have a concern with that sort of language as a mitigation?
Do you mean using the term minimise as a form of mitigation?
Yes.
No, I think I agree with the legal submissions that set out that any scale of reduction can be considered a mitigation measure, even if it's relatively minor, whereas minimise is a much stronger direction that reduction needs to be reduced more than just a minor amount, I suppose. It should really be as much as you possibly can reduce the impact.
Well, it's interesting you just use that phrase, as much as you possibly can, because the phraseology that you've used here is, I think from memory, I've got to try and find it, the practicability phraseology. Greatest extent practicable, it's in IMPP 12, nearly 3. Which was mitigated so that they are minimised to the greatest extent practicable. And that's a phrase you were comfortable with.
Yes. Elsewhere in the RPS, as notified, the phrase tended to be where possible. And there were a lot of submissions from parties saying, well, anything's possible. You can achieve the outcome sought by just not partaking in the activity, which is not going to deliver the outcome that communities are looking for. And so I took that point on and attempted to find a mid-ground between where practicable, which in my experience does often come down to cost considerations, and at the other end, where possible, which is probably too broad and doesn't account for things like cost considerations. Right. So where I landed was to the greatest extent practicable, incorporates the practicability element, but not in a way that would, not in an unqualified way, I suppose.
Just in terms of prioritisation, Mr. Anderson, at your paragraph 269, you were emphasising the while concepts of what the Supreme Court was saying in King Salmon. You've got to make these interpretations or applications of Section 5 really at the same time. And yet, what we've been, or what's being submitted by opposers is that they're saying, well, this prioritisation does exactly the opposite of that. It actually doesn't say do it at the same time. It says prioritise. How do you respond to that?
Well, it does say prioritise, but the effect of doing that is to make the at the same time as, or the while also, work, because another way of putting that is to say you can't do the enabling side of the Section 5 equation without also doing the safeguarding side of the equation.
And you say prioritising is really on one side of that equation. So you've really moved past the at the same time, and you're now looking at a prioritisation within the safeguard.
No, I was trying to say, but maybe what I actually said. I mean, to be fair, it is different language because it does talk about prioritisation. But if I turn it around to the Section 5 way, so the Section 5 way is enable while at the same time as safeguard. In practical terms, if you're not doing the enabling, you don't need to do the safeguarding. So it's not prioritising in the sense that, say, you had two competing activities like urban and rural, saying prioritise urban, which means a whole lot of urban's going to happen and less rural will happen. It's saying where you have these two things which need to happen together, so enable but safeguard, make sure you do the safeguarding. If the enabling is not happening, whatever the activity is you're talking about, there isn't actually any need to do the safeguarding. So it doesn't come into play. I'm still not comfortable that I've expressed that as clearly as I could, but is it go in some direction to answering the question? I'll try again.
You may need to try again.
I'll try again.
The problem, as I perceive it, is that I hear your submission and well put in terms of the wild at the same time, and that resonates, and that fits neatly with King Salmon. The minute you turn to the policy, there's prioritised.
Yeah.
And how does that work unless you've got the argument that enable and safeguard, you've got to do those at the same time. You can't prioritise between those. You've got to do it at the same time. But when you're safeguarding, there's a range of factors and prioritise within those factors. Now, I don't know whether that's what you're arguing, but it seems to me that you're almost driven perhaps to argue that, to hold on to the word, or to make valid the word prioritise.
Yeah. Well, one way of looking at it, like what you just said, is that prioritise is a poor choice of word for the concept that's being expressed, which is that where you have these two policies pulling in different directions, make sure that the safeguarding happens. Because I'm not sure that it actually is a prioritisation exercise.
It might be a weighting exercise.
Well, I don't think it's a weighting exercise either. I think it's an exercise in making sure that if you are providing for an activity and nothing else is said about it, or whatever's said just leaves you wondering, does that mean we can do this without worrying about the safeguarding? The answer is you have to do the safeguarding. So it may be that there is a better way to express that doesn't use the word prioritise, which suggests some sort of ranking, which would be more appropriate when you're talking about competing activities.
Can we leave it on this basis that you know what the problem is? We have to grapple with it. You actually get the benefit of a second draft in reality. I'm not suggesting that you defer all these issues, quite the opposite. I don't want to see it. But I think on that particular one, it may well arise in the next round, and you may be able to respond to us on that. But, because it seems to me a bit difficult. You're struggling at the moment, and you need to come up with a reasoned response to us. And so we'll take it as far as I've heard what you've said so far. We'll have to grapple with that in our drafting report thus far, but at some stage we've got to try and get an integrated report here. And so we would be assisted if you had any further thoughts between now and next time.
Well, that's entirely fair enough. The short point is that it is in fact difficult, although I'm not promising any brilliant thoughts.
All right, thank you. And that's integrated now. Thank you. So where do we move now, Mr. Thompson?
So next topic, or next chapter is air, but first, just to indicate that we shouldn't have great confidence in getting a brilliant thought. I've forgotten that I promised to give you the reference for paragraph 185, which is proposed policy. It's in Ainsley McLeod's evidence 24 November last year at paragraph 8.62. So here, so the chapter author Ms. Boslin is with us. So I'll have some brief legal submissions available for questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gosling.
Good afternoon.
You're no, there you are. We can now see you and hear you, so that's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So 3 points for me to address. The first is whether ambient air quality may be maintained to a standard higher than the national environmental standards for air quality. Second is whether nuisance effects should be avoided where reasonably practicable. And the third point is a panel question, which was to do with the standing of the air quality strategy for Otago. So, turning to ambient air quality standards. So ERP1 provides that at a minimum, ambient air quality standards are to be maintained by, among other things, complying with ambient air quality limits. The references to limits and not solely, not to the limits in the NESAQ is intentional. The NESAQ sets minimum ambient air quality standards. Regulation 28 provides that a rule, resource consent, or bylaw that is more stringent than these regulations prevails over the regulations. It's clear from that greater stringency than the NESAQ is permissible, and ambient air quality can be required to be maintained to a higher standard. Expanding on that, the NESAQ sets standards for 5 contaminants, being carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, ozone, PM10, and sulfur dioxide. There are other contaminants which adversely affect ambient air quality and in turn human health, and some of the standards in the NESAQ are now considered to be insufficiently protective of human health. For example, PM2.5 is now regarded internationally as a key parameter for protection from adverse health effects. The intention is that regional plans may, if desirable based on evidence regarding impact of contaminants on human health, either set limits which are more stringent than the NESAQ or set additional limits for contaminants which are not subject to the NESAQ. And so that's why that policy is drafted the way it is. It's to encompass that there may be limits, either additional to or different from those in the NESAQ under future regional plans.
Okay.
Turning to the avoidance of nuisance effects. In the notified regional policy statement, nuisance effects were dealt with in EAR P4 and P5, which is now simply EAR P4 as a combined policy in the reply report version. For Dunedin City Council, Mr. Galbert proposed a standard of avoid where reasonably practicable rather than avoid. He cited a case, Aratia Livestock in Southland Regional Council. The paragraphs are mentioned there as authority for the proposition that that might be an appropriate standard. The discussion that precedes the paragraphs of the judgment cited concerns whether policies should be effects-based, i.e. avoid effects, and that would be where effects can be directly attributed to an individual property, or risk-based, i.e. relating to avoiding the risk of effects, where effects cannot be directly attributed to an individual property. The discussion was to do with the contamination of water. And at paragraph 304, the court accepted the thrust of evidence in the first instance, adverse effects are to be avoided, and adopted wording, which was where it is reasonably practicable to do so, adverse effects are to be avoided. The context here is completely different. This is dealing with nuisance effects of point source discharges to air, i.e. obnoxious, dangerous, offensive or objectionable. These are what is sometimes described as hotline discharges, and that these are the things that result in people ringing the pollution hotline. For many years, it's been the position in Otago that these effects are simply to be avoided. Policy 8.28 of the Regional Air Plan, which dates all the way back to 1998, provides to avoid discharges to air being noxious, dangerous, offensive or objectionable on the surrounding environment. The policies in the notified regional policy statement are simply a carryover of the status quo found in the air plan. The explanation for that policy in the air plan provides, irrespective of any other control on discharges, a condition will be placed on all relevant permitted activities to prevent, where necessary, any noxious, dangerous, offensive or objectionable effects at or beyond property boundaries. Typically, since the air plan has been in force, consents for air discharges have included a condition that these nuisance effects are not permitted off-site. That's achieved by applying the FIDOL, which is frequency, intensity, duration, offensiveness / character, location, assessment methodology. The policy is not about preventing discharges, it's about preventing the off-site nuisance effects. Techniques such as dust suppression and odour scrubbing are used to avoid the nuisance effects, and consent conditions are imposed requiring that to happen. The policies necessary to maintain amenity values and the quality of the environment in terms of sections 7 and G of the Act. I want to reiterate that the proposed policy setting of avoiding noxious or dangerous effects and ensuring discharges don't cause offensive or objectionable effects is not at all about avoiding the activity. It's about making sure there are consent conditions that are, say, if you've got something going up the spout, you make sure it's not stinky across the boundary. Or if you're creating dust, you use dust suppression measures so that your neighbour is not suffering the consequences. It should be noted that it's not a subjective standard. The FIDOL, I'm just diverting here a little bit, that FIDOL methodology has been used for many years. It's broadly accepted, and the assessments occur as a matter of course and generally without creating a huge amount of difficulty. It should be noted also that this is not a pure avoid standard in the sense of avoid adverse effects. This is about avoiding effects that reach a certain threshold. It's easy to look at the wording and say, oh, avoid. And it seems like it's an absolute avoid. It's not. But the FIDOL assessment tells you if your discharges are reaching that threshold of being considered noxious or offensive or objectionable, depending upon what it is that we're talking about. And so this is the established policy setting in Otago. It has been for 2.5 decades, and my submission is that for the reasons given, it should not be walked backwards to something looser. If it doesn't happen, those who man the pollution hotline will thank us. Final point, the air quality strategy for Otago. This was referred to in Air Method 2, Subclause 5. The panel queried what legal standing the air quality strategy for Otago has. The short answer is that it has no legal standing, and the chapter author has recommended that the reference to it be deleted, and that's what shows in the reply version of the air chapter. So those are the legal submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And Ms. Cosland, I'm not sure if you heard the earlier comments I made to other Section 42A report writers, but we're focusing on trying to ensure that we have clarity of understanding of these reports. We're not trying to challenge any further necessarily. So if you don't receive any questions, don't be hurt or upset. That's credit for you for clarity. So with those opening comments, I'll ask Commissioner Cubitt if he has any questions.
I'm just following on to that. I don't actually, so thank you very much. This report was pretty clear. All I'd probably ask though is just in terms of the DCC's comments that you addressed in your paragraph 58 around the infrastructure issue being added into your new policy P4. Mm-hmm. I guess the only thing that occurs to me there is what actually is the harm in doing that, given some of those sort of infrastructure things do generate those nuisance type effects that will need to be addressed. I'm thinking more waste disposal, treatment plants, and those sorts of things.
Yep, no, understood. Understood your point there. I guess the where I was coming from with that particular recommendation was that it's not an inclusive list. Just sort of veering towards not having every single activity that could discharge to air being listed on that policy. But totally understand your point, and on that basis, I wouldn't have any problem with that sort of with that being included.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And just in terms of I said I didn't have any questions, but subsection 2 of your policy, I'm just ensuring discharges there do not cause offensive or objectionable effects. I think we had a discussion last time about the break between noxious and dangerous and then the offensive and objectionable. But I'm just wondering, what does that mean? That's probably almost an avoid approach anyway, isn't
it? The ensure?
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, and I've included this in my analysis, I sort of think avoid and ensure that something does not occur are relatively similar. Why I chose, or why I'm recommending to go with ensure, is that those sort of, I guess, inferences that avoid means prohibited activity status for such things, it just gets away from that sort of predicament. So yeah, I kind of don't really think there would be any sort of difference between whether either one was used, but I do think, yeah, there is definitely an inference that avoid means prohibit. So yeah, that's where I got to.
Yeah, I take Mr. Anderson's point that these aren't the usual avoid. There is a threshold there, so we're not, you've got to be at a pretty high adverse effect level to kick into those top two, I would have thought.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. That was all I had. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thanks. I just had a couple of points. First, in relation to P1, and I was interested to hear your legal submissions, Mr. Anderson, because my reading of P1 was slightly different to how you approach that there. And when I was looking at P1 redrafted with the good removed and the at a minimum added in, I suppose, first off the bat thinking the at a minimum was added in because in some instances you have to improve the grade of air quality. So you're not always maintaining. And that I didn't read that in any way as relating to at a minimum ambient air quality standards.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, because I suppose I only see those standards necessarily coming in subclause 1, rather than that actually being a focus of the policy. So I was, my reading of it, where I saw your legal submissions here, I thought that's actually different.
So you read the minimum is whatever the quality is now, that's maintained.
Yeah, I mean, I was.
At a minimum, you meet the subclause 1. From my perspective, the wording is notified, which does not have that at a minimum, did the job and captured the intent that I've described in legal submissions.
Yeah, because I suppose it was sort of, making me think if we're maintaining it, except where it's degraded, we're improving it. There'd be scope to put those two policies together. And I suppose I was thinking the at a minimum kind of relates more to EP2. And that's what it was referring to. If ambient air quality standards aren't being met, then you improve them. But
I think this is a good example or another example where it's possible for the regional policy statement to try to do too much. The heavy lifting gets done by the air plan.
Yeah, I agree. And as long as the RPS is providing appropriate scope for the air plan to do that heavy lifting. One of the other, I did just have another question on that policy though, and I think this is something that we may have just discussed last time, and it's around the no more than minor reference in subclause 2. And I know it's come up through some of the evidence we've had where you could have a whole lot of no more than minor, or a whole lot of activities coming through that are no more than minor, that's going to have that incremental creep up to a limit. But you potentially couldn't have a replacement consent for, say, a larger industry that's discharging to air, wouldn't be able to actually get through that policy hurdle. And how that could be potentially implemented through a regional plan could be quite concerning. And I know that's something that some of the submitters raised. I'm just wondering if that was given any more thought.
From my perspective, I guess it was a way of retaining how it was, the notified version was a way of, I guess, in the case that limits haven't been set for particular things or whatnot, that there is some level of, I guess, determining or some ability to have a look and see what effect a discharge would have on ambient air quality in a more general sense. So it's trying to find something that would mean that you if you didn't have limits to compare something to, then you had something else to say, well, then you could, you could do some other assessment without having the limits there.
I suppose I'm thinking we've got a significant discharger, industry discharging, that maybe some of the contaminants that they're discharging would have limits set and some of them wouldn't. There wouldn't necessarily be scope for them to fit within that policy. Because not all of the contaminants as forming part of that discharge would have limits set. Some of them may not.
Yeah.
Whether it's potentially going to kind of hamstring some significant industries that are already part of the airshed.
Yeah, I get what it is that you mean. I guess I haven't, in my drafting, I haven't thought about it from that perspective. I guess it was all just trying to tie down what you would do if you didn't have what you would assess things against, if you didn't have any limits to be able to assess things. And in terms of, I guess, a replacement, or I'd need to do some more thinking about what a replacement for that would be.
Yeah, might be able to help. In terms of how this is drafted from a legal perspective, there's an important distinction to draw between things that impact on ambient air quality, and those things should have limits set, and the discharges, the point source discharges that are, say, making people ring the hotline. And the second part of ERP1 is really just a placeholder, because if something is impacting ambient air quality, then it should be having a limit set. So I thought it could help. I'm not sure it actually helped, but
sorry, I just didn't quite pick up what you said. I just didn't quite hear what you said.
Oh,
yeah, right at the end.
Right. So right at the end, the second part of ERP1, where limits have not been set, only allowing discharges if the adverse effects are no more than minor. That is simply a placeholder, because things that impact ambient air quality are intended to have, or should be having, limits set at the plan level.
I mean, is there a limit for PM 2.5 at the moment?
No, there's not.
Regionally, no.
And the point is that at some point in the future there may be.
Yeah. And I know that there's a new draft air quality standard out at the moment, isn't there? I think that's got PM 2.5. It's not. Yeah, because I spot. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see what that policy is trying to do, but I can also kind of see that there's a way it could be read that could potentially be difficult, but we'll have to think about that. The other point that I just wanted to raise was around reverse sensitivity, and I note in the reply report that it's referring, oops, wrong password in my computer, referring through to the UFD policies, I think, to be moved into the land and freshwater chapter. And I think that certainly would deal with some of the reverse sensitivity issues that we've heard about, but we've also sort of heard about reverse sensitivity issues in urban areas, and I know sort of examples that I've worked with where there's been encroachment of residential activities into commercial and industrial zones, where district councils have say, provided for residential apartment living upstairs above industrial spaces or commercial spaces and things like that, and suddenly, you know, the hotline starts pinging and people can't have barbecues on the deck or whatever. How's that is, I mean, I can't see that would be dealt with through those existing provisions, which are more around the rural residential interface rather than that sort of residential, commercial, industrial type tension that you get. And I know sort of situations where the district council will grant those, grant consents for residential activities within commercial or industrial zones, which then ends up being, I suppose, authorised. And then the onus becomes on the discharger to mitigate the discharges additionally on top of what they've already got in their consent. Is that something that you sort of thought through with that too? Is there something, I'm just sort of wondering if there's still a gap in there around reverse sensitivity.
Yeah, I can hear what you mean. I think, yeah, those two policies in the UFD chapter or subchapter are aimed at the more rural side of things. I still think potentially there would be other activities as well. Like it wouldn't just be a discharge to air by itself. Potentially there might be traffic or noise or other things that would likely contribute to those reverse sensitivity issues. So I guess that's why in this chapter I sort of didn't want to pull in too many other different effects that would likely need to be managed. I think the chapter itself is quite narrow.
But it wouldn't, at the moment, I mean, I suppose for those, I mean, and I'm not really sure what a good example would be in Otago, where there's big industry discharging and there was residential encroachment. How would the district council have to consider that in relation to reverse sensitivity and equality impacts? Is there sort of, what direction is there in the regional and the RPS for that district plan?
Yeah, I guess I would look to the other provisions in the RPS for direction on that, as opposed to just in the air chapter.
Yeah, just to try and be helpful. It sounds like you've perhaps already looked at them. So there are other provisions in UFD P6 to do with industrial activities. I'm just conscious it's restraining itself, Ms. Goslin's.
Yeah.
And
I think it was, there were requests for reverse sensitivity policies included in the year, and hence it was, I think you pointed us to the ones that had gone into the land and freshwater chapter, I think. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, that's right. Yep.
So UFD 6?
6.3.
Yeah.
What was it, sorry?
6.3.
P6.
Page
Chapter
263.
Okay, yeah. That's potentially going to cover it off, isn't it?
Yeah, there we go. UFD 6.
Yeah.
P6, sorry. UFD P6.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. I was looking more at the ones in that you directed it to in the LF chapter, but if that's sitting in the UFD chapter around industrial activities too, that should work.
Yeah, sorry about that. I should have popped P6 in there.
That's okay. Yeah, no, that's all good. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Goslin. We'll be pleased. Thank you, Ms. Goslin. We'll be pleased to know that I haven't got any questions at all. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
This environment is tomorrow.
Yes, it is. So that would bring us to land and freshwater.
What page number is that in your submission?
51.
51.
So this section responds to the legal issues which arose in the hearing on land and freshwater. Much of this chapter of the RPS is beyond scope of this hearing. Some of the legal issues are relevant both in this process and in the FBI hearings. There's some overlap as between the two of them. I've just mentioned at paragraph 341, there are some aspects which are not covered here because they're clearly freshwater, and that's the expression of Te Mana o Te Wai, the visions and the objectives, policies and methods directly related to quality and quantity of freshwater. The things that are addressed are provision for rural water, a submission that was made concerning the natural state of water, trout and salmon, outstanding water bodies, and highly productive or productive land. Turning first to provision for water, at the hearing on this topic, submissions were made that the RPS has failed to deal with the use of water by people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being. This submission was made most forcefully in connection with rural water use. On this topic, the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management is prescriptive. The short answer to the point, to the criticism, is that the allocation of water for rural and other uses is for regional plans, not for regional policy statements. To demonstrate this, set out below is quite a full summary of the relevant NPSFM provisions. And I do hope that's helpful. It is quite a full summary, but I think that's what's needed to show what things get done and which instruments.
Yeah, look, indeed, anything you can do helps on that.
So 348, while the focus of the NPSFM is on freshwater quality and quantity, it's worth noting that its provisions extend more widely. Provisions with broader effect include the fundamental concept of Te Mana o Te Wai. Te Mana o Te Wai might be perceived as a water-centric concept and embraces restoring and preserving the balance between water, the wider environment and community. Importantly, it embraces freshwater quality and quantity, which is principally given effect to in the freshwater planning instrument part. But it is more than that and informs decision-making on the use, development and protection of all resources that directly or indirectly interact with freshwater. The active engagement of mana whenua in freshwater management and the identification and protection of Maori freshwater values. And just so this is a little bit clearer as I go through it, this is a list of relevant provisions, and the provisions themselves are footnoted. So I'm really at 3482, simply noting that there is a provision requiring that. Te Mana o Te Wai establishes a set of priorities. Those priorities are, first, the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. Second, the health needs of people, such as drinking water. Third, the ability of people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being now and in the future. The sole objective of the NPSFM is to ensure that natural and physical resources are managed in accordance with those priorities. Natural and physical resources, as all resources, these priorities are not limited to the freshwater planning instrument. They must be applied to recommendations in this forum which have impacts on fresh water. Integrated management, which considers the effects of use and development of land on freshwater, is also a requirement, and the RPS has responded to that direction. Just trying to find the right footnote, in particular LFY P3. Wetland management is another obligation. That's policy 6 and clauses that are footnoted. The NPS directs that specific provisions be included in a regional plan. Nonetheless, the RPS has also given effect to these provisions. Next, management of the extent and values of rivers. The NPS directs specific provisions be included in a regional plan. Again, nonetheless, the RPS has also given effect to these provisions. Identification of outstanding water bodies and protection of their significant values. That is also dealt with in this RPS. Protection of fish habitats and control of species interactions. This also is given effect in the RPS. And that communities are able to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being in a way that's consistent with the national policy statement. This policy is discussed in more detail a little bit further on. So I'm at 349. While there is a statutory obligation for a regional policy statement to give effect to a national policy statement, the feature of the NPSFM is that it specifically allocates some matters to a regional policy statement and other matters to a regional plan. Other obligations sit outside regional plan instruments altogether. What a regional policy statement specifically must do is contain an objective on how management of the freshwater of a region gives effect to Te Mana O Te Wai. Now, this objective falls into the freshwater planning instrument part of this process. It must contain long-term visions for freshwater management units. Submissions and evidence criticise the visions in the notified RPS. These visions are also part of the freshwater planning process and will be responded to during those hearings. A regional policy statement must also include provisions for the integrated management of the effects of the use and development of land on freshwater and the use and development of land and freshwater on receiving environments. The combined FPI and non-FPI parts of the RPS implement that obligation. In the RPS, these requirements are met. They don't necessarily exhaust the role of a regional policy statement in implementation of the national policy statement, but when submissions seek additional provisions in the land and freshwater chapter, the question is, how much further can and should a regional policy statement go? In that regard, there are two constraints. The first is that submissions seeking objectives and policies about access to and use of water belong in the FPI process. The question about how much water is available for use, posed by Mr. Page, is quintessentially a freshwater planning instrument matter. Second, the NPSFM itself directs that its objective be achieved and its policies be implemented primarily at the regional plan level, leapfrogging the regional policy statement. While the regional policy statement, and I'm at 355, top of page 55, while the regional policy statement must set long-term visions for freshwater management units, how those visions are to be achieved is to be expressed in the regional plan. The contention that the RPS is deficient by not addressing implementation of the visions is misconceived. The key mechanism by which the NPSFM is implemented is the National Objectives Framework, for which the heavy lifting will be done in the Land and Water Regional Plan, which is currently being developed. The things which need to be done are listed at 356. First is identifying freshwater values for each freshwater management units. There are mandatory values which are listed there, A, B, C, D. There are other values also listed at 3562 which must be considered. And just a note, subparagraph H, irrigation, cultivation, and production of food and beverages is one of those factors. Other values may also be identified. Environmental outcomes for each value must be included as objectives in the regional plan. Attributes, i.e. measurable characteristics, for each value must be set when required by the NPSFM and as far as practicable in all other circumstances. The baseline state of each attribute must be identified. Target attributes must be fixed for each attribute identified, together with timeframes for achieving those target attributes. Target attributes must be at or better than their current state. Environmental flows and levels, take limits and limits on resource use are tools to achieve the environmental outcomes set as objectives in the regional plan. They must be included as rules in the regional plan. Action plans comprising regulatory and non-regulatory measures are an additional method for achieving the environmental outcomes for freshwater. Action plans can either be appended to the regional plan or published separately. The framework provides for transitional arrangements, including interim target attribute states and a phased approach to environmental flows and levels so that the desired outcomes are achieved over time. This is a brief summary. The provisions themselves are detailed, prescriptive, and comprehensive. The takeaway points are, first, to the extent that the NPSFM requires it, the proposed regional policy statement discharges its obligations under the National Objectives Framework. The National Objectives Framework, on the top of page 57, is largely implemented through the regional plan, not through a regional policy statement. The National Objectives Framework is the engine room for giving effect to the NPSFM. It's in effect code and needs no gloss or overlay in the regional policy statement. The implementation of the National Objectives Framework process requires at all stages engagement with mana whenua and communities. Recognition in the RPS of community involvement is not necessary. It's already in the NPSFM. Questions posed at the hearing about how much of the water resource will be available to users stand to be answered through the National Objectives Framework process. Submissions which sought to preempt or replace the National Objectives Framework processes and predetermine their outcomes are misconceived. That is simply not possible in terms of the NPSFM. Through the National Objectives Framework, the values, methods and outcomes are fixed at an appropriate level, not at a regional scale using a one-size-fits-all model that many submitters feared. And there's a footnote here to the relevant clauses. Recreational uses of water bodies are live matters in implementing the National Objectives Framework, along with all other demands on freshwater as a resource contributing to social, cultural and economic well-being. At all stages, decision-making must give effect to the objective and policies of the NPSFM and reflect the fundamental concept that is Te Mana o Te Wai. The priorities in the hierarchy of obligations in Te Mana o Te Wai are deliberate and distinct. The word priorities and the numerical ranking makes that clear and unarguable. Those priorities must be respected and applied. Providing for social, economic and cultural well-being of people and communities must be undertaken in accordance with those priorities. There is a tendency in submissions and evidence to conflate those priorities and even reorder them. That is simply not permissible. They are clear and unambiguous. They must be applied on their terms. So that's the NPSFM in summary. Turning to the submission made about natural state. So Fish and Game sought amendments to LFYP3 to include an additional subclause to preferentially consider effects against the naturalised flow and unpolluted state of a water body when making flow and quality decisions about the health, well-being and resilience of water bodies in freshwater ecosystems, including when setting limits or environmental outcomes. Two principal comments can be made about this proposal. First, it is out of place in this policy, as the heading in Chapeau's state policies about integrated management. The preceding sub-clauses all serve that purpose. The proposed additional clause does not. That aside, the proposed addition introduces problematic hypotheticals. What is a naturalised flow? What is the unpolluted state of a water body? Naturalised flow is a seductively simple phrase. In reality, it conceals uncertainties and controversies. The NPSFM avoids these problems. It does not use naturalised flow or unpolluted state. In essence, the NPSFM takes the contemporary state of freshwater and requires it to be managed to meet national bottom lines where applicable and target attribute states. Those targets must be set at or above the baseline. The baseline essentially is the status quo. Policy 5 of the NPSFM summarises the approach. Freshwater is managed, including through a national objectives framework, to ensure that the health and well-being of degraded water bodies and freshwater ecosystems is improved, and the health and well-being of other water bodies and freshwater ecosystems is maintained, and, if communities choose, improved. The NPSFM steps away from hypothetical natural states of freshwater. It takes the existing environment and requires it to be maintained or improved. The clause that's promoted by Fish and Game simply does not give effect to the NPSFM. Next topic, trout and salmon. Fish and Game made submissions on the habitat of trout and salmon. At the hearing, Council for Fish and Game argued that this matter could also be dealt with as part of the freshwater hearing process. There are two difficulties with that approach. The first is that habitat, in the sense of water quality and quantity, will be dealt with as part of the freshwater planning instrument. However, interaction between species is not a matter directly related to the maintenance or enhancement of freshwater quality or quantity, which is the test for freshwater matters. Secondly, it is the subject of a submission by Fish and Game in this process. In response to that submission, Ms. Boyd has recommended a new method, which is at M8 in LFFW, identifying and managing interactions between salmonids and Indigenous species. The submission that's been made is plainly within the jurisdiction of this panel. It remains on foot. A recommendation needs to be made on the submission and Ms. Boyd's proposed method. In essence, what I'm saying is at that point needs to be dealt with here in this hearing. Outstanding water bodies. Policy 8 of the NPSFM is that the significant values of outstanding water bodies are protected. Policies 11 and 12 relate to the identification of outstanding water bodies. Identification is to be in accordance with APP1. Manawa made a submission seeking APP1 of the notified policy statement be replaced with a new appendix attached to its submission. Ms. Boyd recommended in her 42A report that the Manawa submission be accepted. After considering the presentations during the hearing, Ms. Boyd has changed her position. Her closing report proposes changes to the notified version of APP1 instead of substituting the appendix presented by Manawa. Council for Fish and Game contended there would be a breach of natural justice if the panel were to adopt the Manawa version of APP1. Ms. Baker-Galloway is, with respect, incorrect. Manawa made a submission. The alternative APP1 is attached to its submission. There was a right to make further submissions. During the hearing, persons interested in APP1 have had the opportunity of commenting on the notified version and Manawa's alternative. Ms. Baker-Galloway herself did so. No issues of natural justice arise in these circumstances. It's therefore for the panel to assess the merits of the notified version along with any amendments to or replacement of it. All options are open. So again, that is simply saying that there is no no natural justice issue in considering the APP one in that context. Final point, I think, productive land. After notification of the proposed regional policy statement, the national policy statement for highly productive land came into force. Amendments were recommended to the proposed regional policy statement to give effect to the NPS HPL to the extent that submissions allowed. As a result of submissions and evidence presented during the hearing, Ms. Boyd has recommended some fine-tuning. These amendments better give effect to the NPS HPL. No legal issues arise. Horticulture and viticulture are just introduce that one of those issues is one of those elements of fine-tuning is adding a policy to do with horticulture and viticulture. Both are important regional activities that require access to suitable land. Often that land is outside LUC classes 1, 2 and 3. As such, the NPS HPL does not apply to that land in the interim period. In response to evidence from HortNZ, ORAG and others, Ms. Boyd has recommended the protection of land suitable for horticulture and viticulture on at least an interim basis. Again, the point here is simply that no issues arise with that, legal issues arise with that recommendation being adopted should the panel wish to do so. So those are the legal submissions. Ms. Boyd and me are both available for questions.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Just on that last point, Mr. Anderson, the productive land issue, which I know Ms. Boyd has made a recommendation around that, but even if that wasn't, we've probably discussed before, it doesn't stop the district council from actually including that land themselves, does it? So,
no,
so if it's not a regional issue, it's nothing to stop the district land identifying it as a local issue, I guess.
I agree with that.
Your submissions were, like Ms. Boyd's report, really useful in terms of where all this sits and the thing. But I think we'll probably hear a bit more about that in the next process. Just in relation to Ms. Boyd's report, page 7, and it's the two issues that ORAG raised. One was the establishment of a rural advisory panel, and then a replacement policy for P4. Just in relation to the Ms. Boyd, you kind of think it's quite a good idea having a panel like that, but there is no scope for it. There is actually already provision for it, isn't there, in the methods from what I can see. I know it's under the visions thing. Community involvement, LFVM3. That talks about engaging communities and stakeholders around the visions, but also the methods to achieve those outcomes. So sort of already addressed, isn't it?
Yes, I think to a less specific degree than was sought by those submitters. I think there was an element of essentially requiring sign-off from that panel. ORC would, run things past the panel before progressing a policy proposal, which I don't think is quite what this method is.
Yeah, no, I can't see it. Yeah, I haven't gone back to look at what that is, but in terms of reference through that process.
Yeah, and I have noted as well that in addition to those catchment groups and things, and you're quite right, in VM3, there is a part of the economic work program that is really focused on getting engaging with those rural sectors.
Yeah, and that other policy, I think you'll recall this page saying, well, what's the point of why P4? Because you have to have regard to all those things anyway. But you identified a concern with the replacement policy that you said it cuts across the direction and the NPS, and I was just wondering what you meant by that.
Yes, so the policy sought by the submitters is that giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai would be facilitated by minimising the impact on social, economic and cultural wellbeing. And I guess I had concerns about what minimising that impact would entail. I mean, one way to I guess, at least alter the distribution of effects is to do so over longer timeframes. And the NPSFM is quite specific about interim timeframes and phasing of flow and level regimes being a matter for the regional plan to address. So I think I was just concerned that you might end up with an inability to achieve perhaps cultural outcomes or freshwater health outcomes in a time frame determined in accordance with the NOF if you had a direction that sort of encouraged you to take a slower approach in the RPS. That was really my concern.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, got you on that one there. The only other thing was in relation to YP3, and again, Mr. Page's submission was, and I also raised the question around that's an integrated management sort of policy. And the question was, to do that, surely you do need to recognise some of the uses there. You haven't addressed that any further. I'm assuming that's because you're just staying with your original point.
That's correct.
Even though that new sort of user issues come through, does that not need to flow through into there, or is it related to this so much?
I think this policy is really about the management response and the things that need to be taken into consideration rather than dealing with the use of resources. It's more about managing them than trying to determine how they're used. And I accept Mr. Page's point that there is a somewhat awkward reference to the staging of or coordinating of regional and urban growth. It wouldn't have been
weird how that's in there.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been my preference to include that, but for it being included in the same integrated management policy in the NPSFM. So this policy, that comes from. That's right, yes. Yeah. There's a clause, I think it's 1.5, either 1.3 or 1.5 in the NPSFM that sets out what an integrated management approach is. And it talks mostly about the same types of things, managing across different types of water bodies and across land and water interfaces. But then it does have this.
Well, and because that's what piqued my interest is, you've got that reference there, but none of the other things that go with that. Yes. And yes, I personally I don't think it sits very comfortably there, but the NPSFM sort of directs you to think about that as part of your integrated management approach. So that's the reason. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you for that. Once again, this is a very helpful report. Thank you. Thank you.
One of the challenges that still remains in the air at the moment is a question around MODI. It's highlighted in the land and freshwater context because you can look at MODI of the land as opposed to MODI in the water, which Te Mana o Te Wai brings to the forefront. I guess I'm curious as to the interchange or the discussion you've had with Maitahu on this, or what discussion has been with Maitahu, whether it's you or anyone else. Because the MODI thing cuts across, I think, the way in which we philosophically look at these sort of, lands over here, waters over here. But the Kaitaha argument is just one. There is no division. And don't know, it just kind of still sits a bit uncomfortably with me at the moment. I don't know, what are your views?
Yes, I think you're right. And in part, it arises, I think, from having different policy direction and different functions being split into different resources. In particular, when it comes to freshwater and land, I agree. The concept of MODI is not about saying, well, it only applies in this within the banks, or it's a much more holistic approach. But then you get those. You have two separate national policy statements now for highly productive land and for freshwater management, and they don't necessarily talk to each other particularly well. You're kind of left to try and knit them together in the regional context. And similarly, you have that split between functions of councils, where regional councils only have particular functions for some types of land use, and territorial authorities have others. And so, although you are trying to manage in a holistic and integrated way, the RMA sort of
gets in the way.
It does, yeah.
It does.
Yeah, it's certainly. I had a lot of engagement with Kaitahuki Otago and Ngāi Tahuki Mirihuku in the development of the land and freshwater chapter, and the MODI concept certainly was always first and foremost.
Yeah, I imagine it would have been for the forefront of them thinking.
Yes, and that's why I think I have seen draft provisions relating to Te Mana o Te Wai and its expression in other regions. That's quite different to the way that it's been expressed in Otago. It's much more about that holistic and integrated approach in Otago.
Yeah, because I think, if we take the Kiutukitai thing and the holistic approach to stuff, this particular thing to me is it's very central. It really is that just how important water is to Kaitahu anyway is kind of at the top of the ladder, where other things almost disseminate from that, So, but I think we've got some more thinking to do in the next round, haven't we?
Yes, certainly.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks. Your report was really helpful. Just one point of clarification from me in relation to LFLSP 19 and the new subclause 2 capital A. I'm assuming, and I'm sure we've been told this before, but I'm assuming that land-based problem reduction doesn't include carbon forestry. Is that correct? Because it's not production.
It includes all forestry.
All forestry. So that 2A would not necessarily protect land that's suitable for horticulture and viticulture from carbon forestry.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. I was looking at the definitions and thinking, given land-based primary production definition means production from agricultural, pastoral, horticultural, or forestry activities. I thought this carbon forestry doesn't have that production element, whether it would be excluded or not. Or maybe it's a grey area.
Yeah.
I suppose given the submissions we've had, the evidence we've had around carbon forestry, whether that should be in or out.
Yeah, that's a good question. I hadn't thought about that. I don't think that production. Well, yeah, I'd have to go back and look at the NPS for highly productive land, to clarify that. But
yeah, I did have a bit of a look and I couldn't really see anything. But
I did spend quite an inordinate amount of time looking at the land use capability maps, and particularly I also have access to some land use mapping in Otago, and so flicking between the two, you can kind of start to see where the areas are of horticultural and viticultural land use in Otago, and therefore what kinds of land use classes they tend to fall on. Thinking back to the submission made by City Forests, there was some discussion about the carbon forestry that has occurred in Otago has tended to be in the east, and whether it was plausible to imagine that it might creep further inland. And my recollection is that the City Forest submission discussed the fact that the transport costs become an impediment to plantation forestry occurring in those areas. But I guess if you've got a land use that could be, it would seem higher value to use it for viticulture or horticulture than to use it for carbon forestry. But you're right that there's nothing in there at the moment that would prevent it from occurring.
Yeah, because I think it is sort of, I don't know, in Southland there's quite a bit of it popping up inland. But,
and the transport costs would be, not as significant as plantation forestry, because you wouldn't have the harvesting. Yeah, exactly. You're just leaving them there until they fall over.
Okay, we might have to look at that in relation to the evidence we've received around those matters.
The definition, so it means production from.
That's what I thought.
So
there's no production from carbon forestry, is there?
Well, there's money
carbon.
Well, yeah, it depends.
Yeah.
Depends how you define it, eh?
I mean, it's producing.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Anderson, just your paragraph 358.4. Again, you made just an oral comment at the end of that I hope I wrote down correctly. So this is about the implementation of the NOF process requires all state engagement with Mana-whenua and communities. Recognition in the RPS community involvement is not necessary, and you said orally, I think it is already in the NPSFM. By that you mean as part of the NOF process?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Just in paragraph 390, in relation to the NPS on highly productive land, amendments were recommended to the proposed RPS to give effect to the NPS HPL to the extent submissions allowed. Is it not open to just ensure that the RPS complies or is in accordance with the NPS anyway?
Good question. In terms of decisions on this process, we still need to be within scope.
Right.
But I don't think any issue arises. I don't think any issue arises from that, because there is in fact very little that requires to be done beyond the definition, which is what's happened.
Right. Yeah. Boyd, I don't think I had any particular. I was pretty clear on everything, and I'm just trying to recall, and I was trying to find the places. Was there one or two places in this particular report, or was there another report of yours where I think you'd said that there was that you needed to just hold back until the end of the FPI process?
Yes, so there is a section at the beginning of this report on page 4.
Page 4, was it? I was probably too far on when I was trying to find it there. Yes, and where was that paragraph?
Paragraph starts at paragraph 6.
Right. Can you just let me read that for a moment, Stuart? Yeah, thank you for that. That's indeed what I was remembering. And when I read that, I was thinking, are you contemplating that you were going to have another opportunity to come back to us in relation to non-FPI provisions after the FPI?
Yes.
And I put it to you this way, that the concern with that is just the public, or the submitting public, having the opportunity of seeing what you're saying. So what I'm really encouraging, if you could, is to ensure that whatever it is that you are thinking about, you at least identify and highlight in the Section 42A report for the FPI process,
Yes.
so that submitters have the opportunity of addressing us. Now, as it turns out, it's highly likely, I suspect, that the Supreme Court, if one looks at the Chief Justice's own timelines that she tries to impose on other heads of bench, that she'll be feeling somewhat uncomfortable as to where they're at the moment. And I may be wrong, but I suspect we'll get a decision in this next period of months. Well, and in which case, again, who knows how far it goes, but it's highly likely there may need to be opportunity given for responses by everybody to that. So that either that way, or in your reply, evidence and reply by report writers to the other submitters, you'll have an opportunity for a response to us, to whatever they say. But I just want to make sure the process is right, that they know what you're saying or contemplating before they give their response. You will then have an opportunity either by way of reply in your evidence and reply, or if we need to have a special hearing in that way. And I'm very cognizant of the need for the integration, and we'll be pretty open to suggestions as we go along as to how that's best achieved. But I just really want to make it clear to you that it may fall out that there is no opportunity for you other than to advance something in the Section 42 for the FBI and then be in a position of respond at the end. Okay?
Sure.
Good. Thank you. There was one other nagging issue, but which can't get at the moment. So, thank you, Mr. Anderson. We'll have a break with a cup of tea. Thank you. Quarter of an hour. Oh, we'll come back at 4. All right. Where are we up to?
We're up to energy infrastructure and transport, but I have a couple of references relevant to the last discussion, which I'll pass on in case they're helpful. So there was a query about LFY P35, which is the encouraging the coordination of and sequencing of regional urban growth, and the NPS FM provision that comes from was the missing reference. It's 3.51D. And relevant to the discussion just had around the definition of land-based primary production and whether that would include carbon forestry. In the Resource Management Act, Section 2, production is defined, and the definition refers to the production but not processing of primary products. So I think that carbon forestry would be excluded because there is no primary product. So, energy, infrastructure and transport. So Mr. Langman is present. I have some legal submissions. They're at page 76. There are only two items to address. The first is the proposed new policy direction. And the second is whether the National Policy Statement on Electricity Transmission is a comprehensive regime for the environmental effects of the national grid. So since we had the hearing on this topic, the Minister for the Environment, together with the Minister for Energy Resources, has released consultation drafts of a national policy statement on renewable electricity generation and also on electricity transmission. And I've included in the footnotes links to where those documents can be accessed if there's interest in having a look at them. Together, these documents are public notice under Section 46A4A of the Act of the proposed national policy direction and the reasons why the ministers consider that to be consistent with the purpose of the Act. A key point to note about them is that they're in the same boat as the exposure draft policy statement on Indigenous biodiversity, and that they don't have standing as documents to which regard must be had under Section 61 of the Act. They may eventually come into force in their current form with amendments or not at all. The more important point is that the prior national policy statements still exist and remain in full force and effect, and must be given effect to under Section 62(3) of the Act. Mr. Langman's provided some comment on these draft policy statements in his reply report. Now, those comments are quite interesting because in those proposed national policy statements, Section 6 matters are recognised and provided for in a similar way to the way they're recognised and provided for in the proposed regional policy statement. Notwithstanding, the purpose of each of those documents is to strengthen the regime for consenting renewable energy generation and electricity transmission projects. So that was point number one, which is really in the nature of an update. The other point which I'd like to address is a submission made for Transpower New Zealand that the National Policy Statement for Electricity Transmission is a comprehensive regime for the environmental effects of the national grid. In short, it's not, and there is High Court authority for that proposition. I've set out in the submissions the relevant passage of the judgment in full, because it's a complete answer to the submission that's been made, and it's important to provide the full context. But the key passages are underscored. Essentially, what the court held is that the preamble to the National Policy Statement does have meaning, and it sets out quite clearly in the policy statement that it is not meant to be a substitute for or prevail over the Act's statutory purpose or the statutory tests already in existence. Further, the National Policy Statement is subject to Part 2 of the Act. For decision makers under the Act, the National Policy Statement is intended to be a relevant consideration to be weighed along with other considerations in achieving the sustainable management purpose of the Act. And that's the passage from the preamble. Court went on to note that Court in King Salmon recorded that a national policy statement can provide that its policies are simply matters decision makers must consider in the appropriate context and give such weight as they consider necessary. The NPSET so provides, and the Minister has not sought to amend the preamble since King Salmon was released. And so what the Court's saying is that King Salmon observed that a national policy statement, which is generally something that must be given effect to, can itself say, you don't need to strictly give effect to this, you merely need to consider it. And the High Court in this case has accepted that the preamble to the NPSET says just that. And so it is a factor to consider, not something that is taken to be is treated as a code. And then the High Court judgment on this topic concludes by saying, in my judgment, a decision maker can properly consider the Resource Management Act statutory purpose and other Part 2 matters, as well as the NPSET when exercising functions and powers under the Act. Not, however, entitled to ignore the NPSET, rather they must consider it and give it such weight as they think necessary. And so my submission is that that's clear authority that the NPSET is not a code or a comprehensive regime so far as the environmental effects of the national grid are concerned. It must be given effect to in accordance with its terms. But the NPSET itself states that it's not meant to be a substitute for the Act's statutory purpose, and that it's subject to Part 2 of the Act, and that it's intended to be a relevant consideration to be weighed along with the other considerations in achieving the sustainable purpose of the Act. And I would observe that the fact that that's the standing of the NPSET is a large part of the reason why we've now got a new proposed strengthened national policy direction. And just for completeness, I've noted that nor is the NPS Reg a comprehensive regime or a code for environmental effects of renewable electricity generation. I don't understand anybody to be submitting that it is. So those are my submissions on energy infrastructure and transport. Mr. Langman and myself are both happy to answer any questions.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Langman. You can hear
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I can. Yes.
And I'm not sure if you've heard my little homily to other report writers through the course of the day, but
yes, I have. Yeah.
You have. Good. Well,
yes.
Don't be upset if you're not questioned at all. All we're seeking at this stage is clarity, and so I'll open by turning to Commissioner Hewitt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Mr. Langman.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Just a couple of quick points of clarification. Actually, your paragraph 36, where you're recommending the irrigation infrastructure
Yes.
be included, but only established. And I was just wondering what the rationale behind that was in Canterbury. Because you would have recalled the discussion with the airport authorities around that very thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're in this as well. So.
Yeah. So in terms of that, there's certain aspects of the draft chapter which address matters like maintenance and operation of significant, regionally significant and nationally significant infrastructure. They have a slightly different effects management test compared to the development of new or upgrade of infrastructure. The other aspect is there's also a relatively strong guidance in terms of effects of reverse sensitivity on regionally significant infrastructure. In the development of the proposed regional policy statement, which the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, there was a bit of a concern that the development of new irrigation infrastructure could potentially have wider ranging effects than just the operation of existing infrastructure. In terms of the scope issue, the Waitaki Irrigators Collective sought that the same term was used in terms of existing irrigation infrastructure, or community stockwater and irrigation infrastructure. But there is if the panel was so minded to include new, there was scope in their general submission which just sought recognition of that infrastructure in a general sense as well. But their refined request was the wording that's recommended to you.
Oh, okay, yeah. I had a feeling maybe the water users group requested that change as well, but from memory, I think it wasn't limited to established. But yeah. So how it works is it's more around the reverse sensitivity issues and the upgrading and maintenance of the existing stuff that gets a slightly easier path through those.
That's correct, and specific recognition in terms of effects on that infrastructure. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, just in your paragraph 65 with INFP 13. It's in paragraph 1F, and this may have happened before, but I've just wondered why this change has been made. It may not have been part of this report, but significant or outstanding has been removed as a clause 16.2 change. How did that happen? That's in 1F, right?
Yes.
Historic heritage.
That, I think, there might actually be I have a sneaking suspicion that there might be a missing word which referred to special there, if I recall correctly. I may have to come back to you on that, but I
didn't have a chance to go back and have a look.
Yeah.
Originally, but yeah, be just interested to know the rationale behind that.
Can I just interrupt?
Let me just
come back. Can you come back?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then in your paragraph 70 with ENP5, I understand the rationale of what proposed here, that unless there are no other renewable energy alternatives exist.
Yes. Yes.
But when you think about that, it probably is, well, how do you think about that, I guess? What sort of context? Because anyone can put up a solar panel or a wind turbine, might not do the job in that specific site, because what we're really talking about here, I think, is backup.
Yes, yeah, that's right. And I think the discussion example was the diesel generator backup during the hearing at Glenorchy for emergency purposes for electricity. And there are a couple of other examples as well where coal-fired heat was required to kick off industrial processes. I think that was Ravensdown. So, I think that there is a threshold test. You might be able to put up solar arrays in the development, and just bearing in mind that this relates to development of new infrastructure. If that's a possibility, I guess it's sending a very strong signal and a relatively high bar that renewable energy sources should be sought.
Yeah, I guess it's just around the certainty of that backup supply, and renewables don't always give you that, and it's a backup because there's been an issue. So and
I think that would be the situation that if you're looking at issues of reliability in terms of the renewable energy source in that particular location, then it's not an alternative.
Yeah. It's almost like, should the word reasonable be in there, or
word practical?
Feasible. I think feasible would possibly probably be the correct word rather than practicable, because I think practicable is probably a little bit subjective in that situation.
Okay, thank you. And then the only other point of clarification was paragraph 82.
Yes.
In subsection 1. I'm just trying to understand what that means. Avoiding activities that may give rise to adverse effects on the functional needs or operational needs of that infrastructure. So is that saying something like, this particular location that's got a good wind resource, you're not allowed to do anything that might compromise that if someone wanted to develop it? Is it about foreclosing development options? Because there has been concern raised around some of these policies may sterilise areas, because the other ones deal with reverse sensitivity and the other one deals with existing infrastructure and upgrading and extending, but this one seems to be slightly different.
Yes, yeah. So that yes, in that sense. Now that you probably put it in that sense, I think the wording was taken from CIL's. Actually, it might have been Queenstown Airport's submission. The reference there probably should be existing nationally, in terms of one, should be existing nationally significant infrastructure or regionally significant infrastructure.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, is that in their submission? Do we need to go?
I don't believe it is in their submission, but I think that's the intention of that clause was to address existing infrastructure as opposed to development of future infrastructure. That's covered off by 3. So it's clause 3.
Yeah, so I can understand that actually in the context of an airport, that makes sense now. May not make sense in relation to other infrastructure, but okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Can I just take you to the definition of regionally significant infrastructure in relation to airports? So
yes,
subclause 6, and then if you look at it's not 6, sorry, combination really of 6 and 13. If you
yes,
look at 13, any infrastructure identified as nationally significant infrastructure.
yes.
Look at that definition. It includes at H, any airport, but it's
Yes.
not ancillary commercial activities used for regular air transport services by airplanes capable of carrying more than 30 passengers.
Yes.
What's the value of adding to 6 that phraseology when it's already covered by the nationally significant infrastructure definition?
Yeah, so it does duplicate that. There's probably no additional real benefit from adding it, other than clarity in terms of that definition of regionally significant infrastructure. Certainly, as nationally significant infrastructure, it would be included in the definition in any case.
Yeah, okay. Just turning to the 2 draft recent proposed NPSs. In essence, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the thrust of what I recall reading you was saying was that the thrust of those is in the PORPS, and you really are relying on them, not necessarily recommending we adopt them in any way, but just relying on them in terms as support for the existing provisions. Have I got that right?
I think there's something to bear in mind. I guess it's having been under the fact that we've been under the we've had the development of the NPSIB for some 13 or 14 years now, never knowing whether an NPS is going to actually be implemented or not. It's possibly slightly different in terms of these 2 NPSs, because we have existing NPSs which are being reviewed and as I understand from the background reports, with some relative urgency to look at enabling that. It's really just I guess highlighting that at the moment that's the current government's direction in terms of its draft, and as was outlined in the legal submissions, there's no requirement to give effect to that, and there's no requirement to have regard, even no mandatory requirement to have regard to proposed NPS. So really it's provided in terms of background information, which the current government has released as a draft. I think the interesting thing is that, and it was something that's been raised through the submissions, is possibly the key difference in terms of the proposed NPSs is that it looks to reconcile those Section 6 matters with the benefits of renewable electricity generation and transmission, and that's something that the current RPSs don't provide that explicit guidance on.
Mr. Anderson, just you have drawn attention to that High Court decision, which is stressing the difference between the purpose really of statements that are issued under Section 45 and 59. Just refresh my memory as to the difference between those 2 provisions.
One of them is to achieve the purpose of the Act. That's the NZCPS one, and the other is to set out matters relevant to achieving the purpose of the Act. That's the NPS provision. But if
right, so 45 will be the electricity transmission one, and 59 the NZCPS. But was 59? I haven't got it open at the moment. But is that restricted to the coastal area, or?
It's not 59, but I can't remember what it is. But I will be able to tell you in just a moment.
56. Sorry, 56.
So 45. The purpose of national policy statements is to state objectives and policies for matters of national significance that are relevant to achieving the purpose of the Act. And 56, purpose of a New Zealand coastal policy statement is to state objectives and policies in order to achieve the purpose of the Act.
Oh, right.
I don't know that that aspect of the judgment makes a huge amount of difference to anything, because the simple fact is you've got to be effectively right.
Yeah, if you look at paragraph 83, though, the judgment at your page 79, there's been quite an emphasis placed by the High Court judge on that difference between the two. Yeah, no, thank you for that. And if there was anything else I needed. No, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So where do we go now, Mr. Anderson?
Well, hazards is Mr. McLennan. So next is historical and cultural values.
Angela Fenimore. Good afternoon, Angela. Yes, yes. Can you hear us, Ms. Fenimore? No, I'm sorry, we're not hearing you at the moment. Just try one more time speaking and see whether we can hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can now. Thank you.
Great.
And welcome. And not sure again whether you've heard the wholly two other report writers. You have that.
I have.
Okay, right. We'll leave it there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
So just 1 point for legal submission, and it responds to a point made by the panel at the HCV hearing with respect to policy HCV HHP52. And noting that the direction in section 6 is the protection of historic heritage from inappropriate subdivision use and development, whereas P52 appears to be unqualified. And if you've got P52 in front of you, my submission is that it's not unqualified, because what it's referring to is avoiding adverse effects on areas or places with special or outstanding historic heritage values or qualities. And secondly, because of the exception at the end of it, except in the circumstances where HCV HHP7 applies, which leads you to P7, which relates to the integration of historic heritage values into new activities and the adaptive reuse or upgrade of historic heritage places and areas. So the manner in which this policy seeks to protect from inappropriate subdivision use and development in subclause 2 of P5 is to pick out the special or outstanding for avoidance unless they're being reused or adaptively reused or incorporated into new activities. And then for other aspects of historic heritage, those that don't qualify as special or outstanding, the next step is, she seems to be missing its number, but the next step is, and for other areas, avoiding significant adverse effects, and then it defaults to avoiding as the first priority. And where that can't be done, remedied or mitigated. But the key point is that the clause that's mentioned, subclause 2, does not require avoidance for all historic heritage. It's only that with special or outstanding values.
Or significant adverse effects.
In other areas, so the historic heritage places or areas which don't have those special or outstanding values, then avoidance is for significant effects.
Yeah. And I don't think the numbering is missing.
No, I just picked that just as I said it.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
So that's the only legal point that arises.
Thank you, Ms. Fairmore. I'll send to Commissioner Cubitt.
Yeah, thank you. I guess the only things picked up on the only point I was going to talk about really was that I see protected still in Objective 3, sort of standalone, but Spennymore's discussed that, how that flows into the policy approach. There was a bit of discussion at the hearing around probably a bit of lack of flexibility in terms of dealing with the historic heritage resources, particularly built heritage, which might be dangerous past the use by date, all those sorts of issues. Did you give any further consideration to how you might deal with those here? Because I don't see any changes that kind of reflected any of those concerns.
In regards to those sort of issues where there might be a need to address something that's past its use by date or something that might be dangerous, I think as we've already, Mr. Anderson has already described, there's two approaches available to us. If that item or area or place is significant or outstanding, while there is policy direction to avoid adverse effects, there's an out there in terms of the adaptive reuse and upgrade. So there is an opportunity to remedy any sort of safety issues associated with a building or a site, so long as that we're integrating or reusing the parts of that site to the greatest extent possible, while managing that site in an appropriate way for safety. And secondly is the just all other historic heritage, so it's the ones that aren't categorised. And that effects management hierarchy is still appropriate in that instance, and does provide an ability to make changes to that site, so long as that you're remedying or mitigating those impacts. So I think with the avoiding as a first priority is ideal, but particularly where there is a safety issue, it is more appropriate that you are looking at remedy or mitigating.
I think the point sometimes, given buildings aren't built to last as long as heritage experts would like, sometimes adaptive reuse and upgrade is just not possible. And when I look at this policy framework, there isn't any recognition of, well, actually, in these circumstances, we just can't keep them. That's probably where my question was aimed.
I think the discussion that was had at the hearing with, I think in particular, Central Otago Heritage Trust, which was really traversing the importance of heritage in Otago and talking about those tangible and intangible aspects of historic heritage. There is a greater emphasis in this RPS about protecting those significant elements of our historic heritage in Otago, and that is, I guess, where that strong protection element comes from. And the out, I guess, for those buildings that are older and past their use by date is that there is an opportunity to provide some form of integration. This RPS doesn't prescribe what that needs to look like, and I expect that level of detail would then be expressed in those lower order plan documents.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah, Kia, I just have one question around Waihi Tupuna and your final recommendation, which ends up with the word using mechanisms deemed appropriate by Kaitau. And I just wondered whether you had any more to offer by way of the sort of mechanisms they had in mind, or was it just because Waihi Tupuna already defined by them as being Waihi Tupuna and it didn't need further definition?
Yeah, this was something that was discussed directly with Kaitahu and Te Ao Marama, particularly when we were progressing the supplementary evidence. There was a real keenness to ensure that the mechanisms that are available to be used are consistent with those that have already been developed by iwi. I think that's particularly so for Te Ao Marama. So, in providing that opportunity for them through those methods was directly in response to conversations that we had with them. And I just it's either the evidence or the submission from Maria Bartlett that describes in greater detail what those methods are.
Yeah, no, I assume that the mechanisms they're referring to are ones that they use themselves, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
My question was, were there other mechanisms that perhaps you had in mind that might either complement or add to the Kaitahu ones? That's what the gist of my question was.
Other than traditional mechanisms in terms of identification and mapping, there was not any other specific mechanisms that I had in mind. So it was about working with Kaitahu about what is most appropriate in any given circumstance.
All right. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilmore. There are no further questions from the panel, so thank you.
Thank you.
I think that would take us to urban form and development, because natural features and landscapes is also a confirmed topic.
Sorry, Simon, Liz isn't available today, so we're not doing left.
All right. So I just say.
Well, sorry. Do your submissions.
Anyway, Ms. White is apparently not available today and also seeks to be heard tomorrow.
Right.
The submissions are, well, it's the final page. You'll see this about 30 seconds updating on Act 10. So I may as well share that now. So you may recall that in the UFD submissions, I informed the panel that Act 10 is a placeholder for insertion of the relevant housing bottom lines, and that the insertion of those bottom lines isn't for the panel to do. It's something OSC must do without using the process in Schedule 1 under Section 55 of the Act. By way of update, the Regional Council has inserted the housing bottom lines in the partially operative regional policy statement. There's a footnote to the relevant notice, and intends to do so for this this policy statement when it becomes operative. So that's nothing more than a small piece of news. There are no other legal points.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Well, that concludes us for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Is it 9?
Is it 9 o'clock that we're notified for? Yes, yeah, 9 o'clock. Thank you.